All right, Inner Circle family, let's do a quick mic check. That way I know that you can hear me loud and clear. So please let me know in the Discord chat if you can hear me. I can hear you, Dana. All right. Yes, we can. All right. Good. Always have to check, right? But again, welcome Inner Circle family to module 2 of the Ultra High Ticket Closers. Are you ready? Yes, ready. Okay, good. Well, tonight we have Rich J and Shaw Lawrence, who will be your instructors of today. And speaking of, let's see if they are on the call with us. Rich, are you with us?
Inner Circle family, what's up?
I think they still have to wake up. Okay.
There we go.
They are.
They're coming in. Awesome. And also we have on the call tonight, pleasure to have Sean Lawrence on the call as well. Sean, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello, Inner Circle family. How's it going tonight?
All right. Just a quick introduction here. I'm gonna let ladies first tonight. So Donna, do you want to do just a quick 30 seconds just to introduce again to our lovely family here, and then I'll also pass it over to Sean as well, and we could do just a very quick introduction around the table.
Yes, definitely. Well, for some of you, if you don't know me or you haven't seen a video pass by from me in the community, then my name is Dana Brasseur. I am your community manager. I'm also your sister from season 8, and I am from Belgium. Maybe you can hear that from my accent, maybe not. But I actually want to see in the chat who else is. Where are you all from? I'm so sorry. Let me know in the chat. Toronto,
Mexico,
California, India,
Aruba,
Malaysia.
Awesome. And how late is it over there? Right now for me it is 3 a.m. in the morning, 9 p.m., 8 p.m. Oh, it's 3 a.m. as well.
We got the whole clock covered pretty much.
Yes. Well, it's so good to see you all here. Awesome.
And Sean, do you want to do just a quick intro as well?
Sure. Well, for those of you who don't know, I'm the B2B sales manager for the Danlock organization sales teams. I'm a member from season 12 and kind of hit the ground running. I've told many people season 12 literally changed my life. It changed my mindset and my thoughts around everything. And it's what brought me here to be a part of this panel of great instructors today.
Awesome. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Donna. So some of you may recognize me from earlier seasons. My name is Rich. I am from season 1, long time ago, in a galaxy very far away. And I could say the same thing pretty much. HTC changed my life. I've been engaged with the family on and off through the last year and a half, but most recently joined Team Danlock, managing the business services side of the company. So I'm pretty excited to be here with the rest of our wonderful group here in the crowd. Thank you, Adam. And we're looking forward to sharing with you a lot of what we've seen so far in terms of prospecting. All right. But before we get there, I want to do a quick poll here. Inner Circle family, I'm just curious, how many of you guys are working out in the dojo? How many of you guys are moving forward and getting your belts?
I see a lot of me's. I have been me.
How about this? What belt are you guys on? Just curious.
Let's see, orange, yellow, orange, a lot of orange and yellow.
That's awesome. We got a lot of good engagement here. The question I also have for you, in addition to honing your skill in the dojo, have any of you guys started closing? A lot of you guys are going to say, I'm always closing, right? How many of you guys have actually started closing B2C sales? Not quite yet. And how many of you guys have actually started working on B2B deals, business to business, a little bit larger deals? We talked about these 2 weeks ago with Desmond. And how many of you guys are excited to learn about more of this area of closing B2B? And actually, what today's topic is really around creating a pipeline for yourself in a very short amount of time so that you can close more of those bigger deals.
Yes, yes. A lot of yeses. Awesome.
That's pretty cool. So again, I will have to say that very, very privileged to have Sean on board tonight with us, because Sean brings a wealth of experience. I'm going to move over to the next slide. This is kind of a combination of where we're coming from as a team. As you guys know, we're graduates of the HTC program, but we've also got a lot of diverse experience coming into this. So my background, actually, I did work for a corporate sales division at Dell, which is kind of a larger company, mostly on the sales operations side, but I did a lot of process improvement, a lot of like Emerald type stuff for Dell while I was there. Also did my time at business school, and then most recently working on two larger projects, Closers.com, which some of you guys, how many of you guys have heard that Closers.com is actually getting a revamp, a version 2? If you haven't heard, that's coming very soon. Pay attention to the Facebook group when we announce that. It's coming very soon. And then also working also with the copywriters.com project as well. And I'll kind of pass it over to Sean to share with us a little bit about where he comes from and also some of the more interesting things he's done with Team Danlock.
So I've been a serial entrepreneur for many years. I work a lot in technology innovation and startups. So started up a number of different technology ventures. Originally started doing some consulting in various areas like the Canadian oil field, Alberta government here in Canada, and then went to founding my own companies, started in IT consulting, and then I actually founded a publicly traded company, as you see the logo on the left there, called Virtutone Networks. We were a voice over IP telecommunications company, and the largest deal that I put together for that company was a deal, a 7-figure deal that spanned 3 countries and over 500 locations that we put voice over IP services into. So that was pretty exciting. And then as the B2B sales manager, I'm a big part of Dragon 100, our team, and I have a very great team that I work with, that we all work to qualify the people that come into Dragon 100 either through application or through our outreach process. And you'll actually get to see a little bit of what we do, a little bit of behind the scenes of what we get to do in the Dragon 100 process tonight when we're building our pipeline. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, Sean. And again, our goal tonight is actually just to give you guys a bit of perspective on how we view prospecting as an activity, and especially not just prospecting, the way we would do it as a ultra high ticket closer. So it's actually not just your typical prospecting. You can go around, you can read all the books you want, fanatical prospecting, high profit prospecting, but you're not going to get exactly the same information from those books as you'll get tonight from this session here, because we're actually going to pull together a set of experiences from our time here with Team Danlock, and also some of the things that we've learned from the past. So how many of you guys are excited about learning a little bit about what we do in terms of B2B deals on Team Danlock, and then also some of the experiences we've culminated and synthesized?
I think they are excited.
Very good. And it's actually it's not going to be an easy topic, and I'll tell you why in a second, but let's kind of hit up the ground rules real quick. So again, Do you want to run through these, Dana, real quick?
Yeah, definitely. So again, of course, you guys already know this. No distractions, turn off all distractions. Of course, make sure you do engage within Discord with your fellow brothers and sisters, but all the other distractions, make sure you have turned them off. Don't be shy, engage with your fellow brothers and sisters. Be resourceful, and if you want to get the most out of everything, then you have to show up each week. But of course, Ultra High Tech Closes has been split into bi-weekly, so it would be bi-weekly, of course.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So we want to give a little bit of time because there's quite a bit of information in these sessions that we want to give you guys some time to actually go out, do the homework, and implement. So quick question for you guys. Did you guys get around to watching and doing the homework, watching the video from Josh Kim? Got some people saying yes, mostly yeses. That's good. And just one key takeaway, what would it be for you guys from watching that video?
Let's see. Number one takeaway: mindset, confidence, business acumen, strong confidence. Don't fear the future, Buckley says.
Yep.
Definitely
Never
seeing
too young.
a lot of people seeing a lot of the same things.
Yes.
Good things.
That's right.
Take action, just do it, just act.
We are going to cover a bit of the things that are being mentioned here. I'm seeing a lot of business acumen, the confidence around, what it takes to do bigger deals, right? I think we're going to cover a little bit about those items today because these are things that we absolutely want to expand on, for the Inner Circle family. And it's not every day you see kind of the set of materials that we put together today for you. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to cover the name of the module, obviously, is a foolproof way to pack your pipeline. And you can do it in just a matter of 60 days or less if you kind of apply a system to it. So let's talk a little bit about that. So I'm just curious, if you guys pop open your calendar right now, I'm curious to know how many of you guys have a calendar that looks more like the left side. It's okay to say me. I'll tell you that a lot of people, it kind of comes in waves, right? Sometimes you'll have a pretty empty calendar. Sometimes it'll come back into being full, especially if you're just starting to use calendar as a management tool. How many of you guys have actually started doing high performance organization and managing your time so that your calendar is actually full?
Looks like a number of people with full calendars out there.
That's good. I'm curious if anybody's willing to actually post a screenshot. That would be interesting of their calendar if it's packed. We're going to show you some of our calendars today. So, and the question around the topic of packing a pipeline, the question is there a system? Is there a way to do this in a repeatable, scalable way so that your calendar looks more like what's on the right side of the screen and doesn't revert back to what's on the left side? And hopefully by the end of today's session, you'll see for yourself, the answer is not the same for everybody. You'll see for yourself how you can get closer to what's on the right side of the screen. All right, let's move to the next slide here, if you don't mind, Sean. And question is, have we been brainwashed? Dana, do you want to take this one?
Yes. In order to sell effectively, salespeople need someone to sell to. And while cold calling used to be one of the most effective ways to attract prospects, it's no longer true in the digital age. Today, cold cold calls are no longer the hot ticket to sales. More and more sales professionals and recruiters are looking towards inbound marketing methods to find ways to improve their sales process and are finding great success. According to HubSpot, a leading inbound marketing and sales software, 54% more leads are created through inbound marketing versus outbound methods for a cost of 62% less per lead.
What do you guys think of that? Sean, what do you think of that quote there?
Well, I want to see what everybody else has got to say first, and then I'll
Yeah.
share.
It's interesting because, you know, we come from a place where we took HTC. We were in there for the 7 weeks, the 8 weeks, right? And we came out understanding a system where it's really based off of taking a phone call, picking up the phone, and then answering that because the prospect is calling you. And if you scour the internet, you'll see some places, especially the ones that are focused on digital marketing, is they want to tell everybody, hey, you know what? Just focus on taking inbound calls, right? Focus on the inbound marketing, the design of your marketing, so you can get people to actually call you. The reason why I'm asking, have we been brainwashed, is if you actually buy into that, if you actually buy into the concept of waiting around for leads, what does that mean for you guys as salespeople?
So to kind of add what you had to say there, Rich, they say that outbound calls and calling people has almost become a dying art. And it's because of some of these things that people have said out there that, you know, everybody believes that, oh, well, we can just rely on inbound marketing. And what you'll find is that you can't just rely on it alone. You still need to have outbound is still very important. It's still a very useful tool. In fact, one of the things that is still important is there are a lot of business people out there that still appreciate those who pick up the phone and call, because so many people have been brainwashed by stuff like this.
Can you imagine if some of you guys have thank you for that, Sean, because here's what I want to say is, like, can you imagine taking that first call and then what happens after that? You're going to ask your prospect to keep calling you back. No emails are going to go out. No outbounds are going to go out, right? There's a muscle there that we simply cannot ignore. So we got to get this out of your system today, guys, right? I see Desmond here says outbound is what creates predictable revenue. Predictable revenue. Did you guys see Desmond's calendar he just posted back up there? There's your packed pipeline right there. Right? So if you believe that cold calls, cold outreach, if you think that stuff is less effective, less preferred, you don't like doing it, just want to stand around and wait for your leads, you might want to rethink that. Right? If you believe that you don't need to persist and add value over and over again, try to build up the relationship and just wait for them to come to you, you really should rethink that. So here's what we're not doing today, starting today. Okay. We're not going to sit there and wait for the leads to come. Okay. This is something, and I can't emphasize it enough, guys, because we come out of the program and we are literally role playing this over and over again, but we're not really role playing proportionately, right? How many of you guys are actually role playing a lot of outbound calls? You guys seeing the responses? Oh, mine has to catch up here. These guys are good. That's a muscle that needs to be in the forefront. Actually, I just want to take a step back here. And I remember Asifu saying this in a previous session as well. The inbound leads mentality is actually the reason why we we teach this is because it's actually the easiest portion of being a salesperson, a closer, right? It's easy. You rely on a set of marketing campaigns to bring those leads to you, and you simply apply the HTC method. You close those leads, right? The most difficult part of all of this is actually flipping the psychology and saying, I actually have to work for this. I got to go out there and hunt. I got to go out there and actually figure out a way to get these guys to notice me. Next slide. So what we're doing here is we're resetting your expectations. How many of you guys believe that you can and will become a ultra high ticket closer in the best version of that, best sense of that word?
Seeing a lot of yeses, me.
That's a lot of confidence. That's a lot of confidence.
Definitely.
So gone are those days, right? We have a saying here, it's like people are hungry actually know this, right? If you do what is easy now, if you just wait for those leads, life is going to be not so easy. Life is going to be difficult. But I tell you what, a lot of you guys say me now, you raise your hand and say, hey, I'm a hunter. I want to be that lion. But the reality is probably only a certain percentage here are actually going to do it, because it's going to be that muscle that the first time, for example, you go back to the gym and a certain percentage of us will actually go work out for the first week, the second week, right? Especially after New Year's. And then what happens the third week, the fourth week, the fifth week? So it's not easy.
Or many of us, like you get that ideal weight after you've been working for a few weeks and you go, now I can just kind of ease off a bit.
Yeah. So I guarantee there is a percentage of people here, and hopefully it's a very small percentage, that will experience this and actually decide that it's not quite what they want, or just not ready for it. And that's okay. That's okay. But what we're going to talk about today is actually how to approach that, just like you guys said, with full confidence, and give it your best shot with a set of motivators, a set of mindset tips, and also a set of strategies and tactics. Okay. So next slide, Sean. Thank you. The reality is actually this. It's all about work. So what you put into the pipeline, how much you put into that pipeline, actually determines what you get out of it. So if you guys are not familiar with the metaphor of the pipeline, you can actually think about it this way. What Desmond is doing with his calendar, and what many of you have started doing, is you're maximizing a lot of activities in there, so that maybe you're not getting the leads tomorrow or next week or next month, but later on, these guys are going to come back and they're going to ask for you, or they're going to ask about you or your services. And that's your pipeline. Like in fanatical prospecting. Exactly. All right. Here's what we're going to do today, guys. You guys ready? We're going to walk away from this session with 4 things. Just 4, not too many. We're going to start with kind of a basic foundation. We're going to talk about 2 reasons why you want to be an ultra high ticket prospector. I'm going to start using that term a little bit more today. We're going to look at 2 mindset qualities that are absolutely necessary when you think about, what's going to drive you in the long term. And then we're going to actually talk about a strategy. And that strategy is, I'm going to label it as, and Sean and I are going to label it as intentional frequency, or frequencies.
And the intentional is definitely the big key word of that.
And then finally, how many of you guys are interested in seeing the actual ins and outs of how to apply those things, the tactical pieces, the way we write, the way we approach, the way we manage the calendar?
I don't know. Do you think they're ready for that?
I'm not sure here. I just see a few people. That's good. Awesome. Okay, so very quickly, let's do a quick poll here. Can I get a quick first word, a first emotion or first thought that comes out of your head when you think about prospecting or sales prospecting?
Money, power, hunting, outbound, looking. Okay. Closing,
Generation.
control, outbound, fanatical, growth, hard work,
Hard work. I like that.
connecting, helping, serving, gatekeepers.
Outreach.
That's good. A lot of these are quite higher self, I'm seeing. What would your lower self say about sales prospecting? Just curious. Ooh, Joel. Thank you, Joel. Intimidating.
Scary,
Too difficult.
difficult, very hard, waste of time,
Mm,
annoying,
I like that.
I see nervous there too.
below me,
Yep. Prospect will hang up. Monotonous.
time draining, annoying,
Let's
uncomfortable.
move to the next word and see if they're picking up on the same thing. Deal flow. What do you guys think of when you hear the word deal flow? Money.
Hope,
Yeah.
revenue, money,
Moving
a lot of
forwards.
money, abundance.
It's kind of a cool word, right? It's something to look forward to. In my mind, anyway. I like thinking about having a whole week that's already set up where I can talk to, people who need that conversation. Positive expectancy. Love it. Awesome. Next word. Calling your lead list.
This should be interesting.
A
Scary.
must, a gamble,
Gamble. Wow. Good.
Erg.
lifeline, follow up, important,
Buckley says war.
Grit.
opportunity, exciting, necessary.
Future planning. That's great. Gold mining. And I got one more word or set of words. I'm just curious. The B2C versus B2B prospecting. In your mind, what's the main difference? If you had like one or two words to describe the differences.
Not personal, more
Mhm.
technical, leverage.
B2B is more sophisticated. And Desmond actually brought up a lot of these in the last class. So acumen, that's definitely true.
Help versus mission, relevance, large deals,
Time.
solution versus needs, deal size, pain points.
How many of you guys are your comfort zone is more in one versus the other?
Yes,
Yeah.
seeing a lot of yeses.
So for those who are comfortable in B2C, we're going to open up the line a little bit later and kind of poll you guys on how you feel about some of the things we're going to talk about today. For those of you who have actually started B2B, please, when we have a chance to take a break in between sessions, we're going to open up the line as well so that you guys can chime in. Sound good? All right, next slide. Let's talk about gardening for a second. What the heck does these two pictures have to do with anything? So question for you guys. How many of you guys have planted a garden or maintaining a garden in your space, in your yard. People are actually talking about nowadays, by the way, saying how, with everything that's going on, maybe it's good to plant a few more herbs and vegetables in the garden, right? We got a few gardeners here. So close your eyes, all of you guys, not just the gardeners. Close your eyes and imagine that you have a garden, and the different areas of your garden represent the different skill sets you have with you. Okay. In one corner, you may have a couple trees. Another corner, some flowers, some roses. Another corner, maybe vegetables, right? Okay. So in this case, imagine in one area, you actually see a plant that's not doing so well. Okay. Think of it almost like the picture on the left here. What makes a tree grow like that versus a tree that's a bit more flourishing, like the one on the right? And I promise you, I'm going to get to a point here. The nutrients, the environment, the roots, the water, attention, sunlight, good. Is it all environment? No. Why is it not all environment? Mostly. Somebody says mostly. John. So there's a lot of like nurturing that's involved with your skill set here. And the reason I'm bringing this up is B2B prospecting is going to be like one of your trees, one of your vegetables, or one of your flowers. In this case, I've pulled 2 pictures of trees, and we want your tree to look like the one on the right. Okay. It's not just environment. It's not just the sunlight. It's not just the water. We actually want to change a little bit of the DNA, the seed that we're going to plant for this guy. You guys starting to follow? Okay. If you guys have done some gardening before, you'll know that seeds come in different varieties, right? Tomatoes. I don't know if you've ever, we have a neighbor here who plants tomatoes, and he's got all these different types of seeds. You can get seeds that have these really small tomatoes. You have ones that are different colors, yellow ones, red ones, purple ones, heirloom, right? So what we want to do today is, in terms of the skill set, the B2B prospecting skill set, we're going to give this an analogy for you guys to follow in on. If you want to move to the next slide, Sean, we're going to call it the prospecting money tree. Okay. So what we're trying to do here is start from the roots. We're going to talk about the things that motivate you to get up and become an ultra high ticket prospector. Then on top of that, if you have good roots, that's going to be awesome, right? But then lay on top of that an unshakable trunk that even if the strongest wind, the hurricane, right, the tornado comes by, your tree's not going anywhere. Then on top of that, if you imagine the tree as you go up, you have these very strong branches. Your branches are going to be your strategies. And then finally, the smaller branches and the leaves are going to be your tactics. And this is the tree, the skill set that you're going to learn about in the next 2 sessions. Sound good? Sean, you got anything to add to that?
Just like a tree, it always starts, one of the most important parts of the tree is the roots. And you got to focus on not just one area of this prospecting money tree, though. You got to, start at the roots, make sure they're good and strong. And then as that tree grows, if anybody's ever seen a tree as it grows over the years, you notice that the trunk gets bigger and more strong and more stable. And then the leaves start to come and the tree gets bigger. And prospecting's no different. These are all the basics to help you make sure you get strong, really strong roots, that really big, round, unshakable trunk, and then the many branches that you're going to need to keep that prospect going and keep your pipeline full.
Yes. So, I mean, it's fairly easy for us to just jump to the back of this slide deck and just show you the emails and messaging tactics that we use for B2B prospecting and how to win the hearts of those leads and those prospects. Do you guys just want to jump to that and get to the cut to the chase, or you guys actually want to learn some of the deeper stuff?
Oh, no, that was quick actually.
Let me say it for you guys.
Well, there's a few yeses. Yeah, there's a few that like to jump to the end.
As Will Smith likes to say. What does Will Smith say? Oh, hell no. Let's start with the roots and build ourselves up a really strong tree that brings us lots of fruits. How's that sound? Quick note about gem types. How many of you guys are my emeralds here? We got a few. Got any pearls? Pearl dominants? Wow.
I see a lot of pearls, yes.
That's great. It's good to see. How many are here claim to be fierce rubies?
Oh, a lot of rubies as well.
I think it's kind of, well, some people are saying they're balanced. Ruby emerald, right?
Ruby sapphire also.
Right. Who's sapphire dominant?
Sapphires.
Sapphires in the house. I mean, you guys are supposed to be kind of loud when it comes to these questions. Look at the rainbow. There she goes. All right. So my question for you is, B2B prospecting, does it matter what gem type you are? Does it matter what personality you are? Well, we got a lot of people saying no. I'm going to say no, because contrary to popular belief, if you go into a sales job and you do like a DISC assessment or you do a gem assessment personality, a lot of the sales directors and sales managers are actually hiring for a specific personality. And what is that specific personality that you guys are seeing? Or if you guys have seen some of this? Only Ruby, right? We had the last time I was working for one of our clients, he was looking for specifically ruby sapphires, right? Just like Brandon's talking about. Ruby and sapphire, yeah. The reason I am bringing this point up is because prospecting, yes, it's hard work, but by the time you are chasing after B2B deals, by the time you set yourself up from a mindset, from a root perspective, that you want to go after bigger business and serve bigger clients, your skill level should be, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, your level of skill in closing should be to the extent where you can actually mimic pretty well the 4 gem types. You can call on those things at will. How many of you guys have already done that? Have experienced that? You can flip-flop. You go extreme pearl, just like that. Go ruby, just like that. Some gems better than others, Aaron says. Yeah. So I'm going to break the stereotype that to be a good prospector today, that you have to be ruby and sapphire. I don't think that's true.
And I can tell you firsthand that our B2B team is made up of all different gem types. We have some people that are very, very emerald in the way they do things, and they're doing just as well, maybe in some cases even better. It just depends on what type of prospect they're talking to. And that's proof right there that it doesn't matter where you come from. And yeah, everybody's got a dominant gem type, but if you're able to adjust with the situation, anybody can do it.
And if you guys found a strong enough why, even though if today you, let's say you're not as good flipping on your emerald or flipping on your ruby, do you think if you had a strong enough why that you would figure out a way to be good at that? Yeah. I think many of us in the dojo and for Kumite as well are looking forward to the day where it's natural instinct to just go from personality to personality, be able to mirror, be able to relate, be able to talk with the tonality that actually gets people to open up, right? Whether it's ruby or pearl. So let's start with motivators. Let's go from the bottom, start with the roots. We're going to talk about 2 roots of abundance, or 2 motivators today. And if you go out and look, do some searching about the current state of B2B prospecting, you might find something kind of like this. And we found a quite a characteristic post on LinkedIn here. Dana, do you mind?
Yes. The current generation of salespeople are lazy, entitled, and want the rewards without the work. The only thing that produces real results is being a master of your craft. A craftsman puts in the work, toils, sorry, at the details, tirelessly becoming veritable expert. The sales professionals in general today, I believe, want the customer to come to them asking and begging for their products. It's just not that way, and will only get more difficult until companies start just selling everything direct to the end customer and cut out the human sales position altogether.
Here's what people are seeing. Actually, this is very common, right? Especially with the stereotype of some of the younger folks out there. Today's still a day and age of instant gratification, even for people who want to be salespeople, sales folk, closers, right? How quickly can we get that sale? How many calls does it take to get that sale? I just don't. I don't want to work for that second or third call. I just want to close on one call. Right? So we got to find a way to bust through. I certainly don't feel like I fit into this stereotype, and I don't think I have, but you got to find it within yourself whether or not some of these tendencies are happening, right? Some of the reasons why, when you guys go look back on your calendar and you haven't really utilized the tool, calendar management, time blocking, some of the reasons why actually related to what Scott's saying here, right? So we have to be extremely aware of where we are from a motivation, from a mindset perspective. All right. One more point on this is the king himself. I'm kind of asking you guys if you would be interested in an identity change. All right, this is one of my favorite songs. How many of you guys like Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson fans here in the house? Yeah, so this is a song. It talks about starting to make change, right? And the identity change that we're talking about today is not necessarily saying that I'm a high ticket closer, because that's what we've been saying most of the time, right? We're high ticket closers. We're high ticket closers. We're inner circle. The identity change I'm asking for is actually to look at yourself in the mirror and ask if you're willing to become that ultra high ticket prospector. It's a hard one. It's a hard one. Look at that man or woman in the mirror and ask, UHTP. That's right.
And it may not be easy to take that look in the mirror, but when you actually go and take that look in the mirror and you get to that point where you can make that change, you'll be glad that you did.
We did it for HTC, right? Didn't we? Everybody here. We committed to it 100%. The same kind of commitment, the same kind of growing pains and the challenge will exist here when you take a look for the first time at that long lead list, when you take a look at the first time when you have to send 5 or 6 emails to different prospects in a day to follow up, right? And if this is not something that you're initially comfortable with, it'll take some time. But the identity change is something that has to happen. I want to kind of take a quick. How many of you guys here remember Sifu's TEDx talks? And how many of you guys? I'm sure you guys have seen this and remember this. The analogy of the smoker, the runner. Yes, we can talk about the runner too. So, what's the deal with the runner? Oh, Will says he still smokes, right? Just the simplest analogy is if you believe in your mind that you're a smoker, you're not going to quit smoking, are you? Right? Why does a runner run? Because he's a runner. Did he have to find the motivation? It's a little bit deeper, but did he have to find the motivation? No. He's a runner, so he runs. That's what he is, right? So that's what we're talking here. So we're talking about B2B prospecting, ultra high ticket prospecting, the way we do it, the way we've done it, is an identity change. And I know I see the names here in the Discord chat. I see many of you guys actually are on the teams where you're already doing a lot of that outreach. So you guys know what I'm talking about. All right.
It's not just a matter of saying that you want to do it either. It's like Sifu's talked many times about it. It's believing it, knowing that you are. It's not just saying it.
Yes. Let's talk about the first root to all of this. For a strong tree, for a strong money tree, we're going to talk about data. And I know looking at this slide, a lot of you emeralds are drooling a little bit. How many of you guys are kind of getting excited about that? Controlling data. This, when I wrote this slide, it was kind of fun. I was thinking about the that TV show Heroes. Save the cheerleader, save the world. You guys remember that? I don't know if you guys have watched that before, but I wrote the slides. Control the data, control the world. So this is the idea. It's like knowledge is, we talk about knowledge is power, right? Applied knowledge is power. I've got a couple logos here floating in the back. How much are you guys paying attention to the value of some of these larger companies like Facebook, like Google? How much is Facebook worth today? Does anybody know? Billions. 1 trillion.
A lot, someone says.
Yeah. You guys can look it up. It's probably somewhere it's above 150 billion. It's something crazy like that, right? It's probably closer to 200 or 300 billion. It changes every day, of course. What is it about Facebook that makes it so valuable? Social data. Attention, yes. Patrick says attention. It's client base, yeah. We sell ads. Yeah, that's definitely true. Let's take a look at Google. Google's another example. How much is Google worth? I just looked it up today. I found a number. I don't know if you guys agree with this. Google's worth $300 billion itself. Not talking about Alphabet, the parent company. Just Google. It's just a freaking search engine. How much could it possibly be worth, right? So the idea is in this, we're talking about this money tree root, is controlling data gives you a lot of value, a lot of power. We'll look at the analogy of a Rolodex for a second. You guys, some of you are too young to know what a Rolodex is. Some of you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Desmond, remember the Rolodex?
But Desmond still got one on his desk, doesn't he?
Does he? He probably does. His Rolodex, is probably pretty big. So how many of you guys have a Rolodex, a virtual Rolodex, which looks more like the one on the left?
I have actually never seen that before.
You're dating yourself, Donna. Yeah, so Rolodexes went away when? Do you remember, Sean?
No, I don't remember. I also remember having the business or the drawer full of business cards, or
Yes.
the tray full of business cards. It was the newer Rolodex where you just stuck all the people's business cards in it.
That's right. That's right. And these were all always next to the phone, right?
Yep.
On your desk, right next to the phone. Easy access. How many of you guys have a virtual or a theoretical Rolodex is closer to the one on the right? CRM. Dendy says CRM. We got a few with some business cards, some data there. Everybody points to HubSpot and CRMs nowadays. Let's talk numbers for a second. I'm just curious. How many of you guys, if you thought about it, take a total of your Facebook network, your LinkedIn network, and then all the stuff that's sitting in your CRM, if you have a CRM, how many leads or how many prospects would you have there? Charles says several hundred. Yeah. We've got some exact numbers here from the Emeralds. 1,000 plus.
Then there's the lots.
Lots are coming from Sapphires, right? No?
Not enough.
Yeah, I like that answer. So there's a gentleman that we probably recognize. He's got his net worth at the time he passed away was somewhere around 3.3 billion. Can you guys imagine a Rolodex that's worth $3.3 billion? And I'm only pulling this example because it gives you a visual example of how big do you think this Rolodex is? The worth is not because it's an antique, guys. The worth is actually because of the contacts that are in there. How big is this? Trillions of people? 10,000. Big names. That's right. Big names meaning quality over quantity, right? SAP vendor? Okay. So a gentleman that I just want to give example to is a guy named Rockefeller. Anybody bank with Chase Bank? Just curious here. Or I've heard of Chase Bank. David Rockefeller, the guy on the left, he's an American banker. He was the chairman and CEO of Chase Manhattan Corporation. He passed away in 2017. Right? He's a third generation Rockefeller family. How many of you guys have heard of the Rockefeller family? Illuminati. I like that. So John D. Rockefeller, the original, right? So this gentleman, David, he was noted really for his political connections. He did a lot of traveling, foreign travel as well. So he met a lot of leaders. And so his fortune was estimated at $3.3 billion at the time of his death. So his Rolodex was 5 feet high. 5 feet high. This is before CRM, guys. Okay. I can't imagine 100,000 contacts in your CRM that you can leverage, that you can flip to and call somebody, right? Or somebody would call you, either way. Can you imagine that? What would that look like for you guys?
And this isn't the type that, you can just go type in the search bar what you want to go find. Like, can you imagine searching through this Rolodex?
Lots of dollars. So you guys can you're probably getting a sense of where we're going here. So the idea is data. You control the data, you control the world. Okay. And when you do that, actually your calendar starts looking a little bit like Desmond's calendar. This is an example of a salesperson's calendar, somebody who's doing phone prospecting, phone outreach, outbound dialing, mostly outbound, but you'll see that you can see the actual number of dials here on the calendar, right? $20, 30 dials from 7:30 to 8:30, right? From 9:30 to 11:30, it's 20 dials. This is just phone. We're not talking emails or anything complicated. This person has internal meetings. These are the sales meetings at 1:30 every day. I don't know. This is a kind of busy calendar. You guys probably don't want to be this busy, do you?
Would you want to be doing the same thing over and over again every day?
Just imagine your calendar like this. Over the course of 2 or 3 months, what does your Rolodex look like? What does your CRM or your contact list look like? Let's take a look at the numbers real quick, shall we? Emeralds. If you just did some dialing outreach, it doesn't have to be phone. It can be messaging. It could be email. If you had 3 fruitful conversations a day, in 1 month, you'd have 60, let's just call them data points. William says 1,000 feet tall for the Rolodex. If you did 10, if you actually had 10 productive conversations a day, that's equivalent of like 200 data points, right? In 1 month. So the question is, like, when you set yourself up here with more conversations, in this example, 660 versus 200, right? And let's say you have a conservative closing or conversion rate here attached to this. That's right. Greg says power of compounding connections. You got to imagine this month over month as an activity. So with a 2% conversion rate, you're actually, with these 10 conversations a day, you're actually 33 times more likely to close a deal from that 30-day point. And that's around 4 deals, right? So imagine you had a 10K deal, a 25K deal, you've got deal sizes that are on that level. How many of us here could use maybe 4 or 5 deals, more deals closed from a month's work? And that's why we do what we do here. The ultra high ticket prospector. That is the second root. Actually, that's the first root. It's the first root of this money tree. So controlling the data. Oh, actually, I got one more question for you guys. When you seek out these contacts, just remember this, okay? When you seek out these leads, does it take more than 1 call? Does it take more than 1 call to find the right decision maker? What does that mean? If it takes like 5 or 6 calls to find the right decision maker, does that mean you're going to get to closing your deal faster or slower? A bit slower, right? To me, that means you better spend more time with these prospects so you can actually work through and build more relationships so the pipeline is full so you can close more. Right? Because you're not going to close in one call, in one conversation. That's especially true of B2B. Right? Right. So that's controlling your data, controlling your world. Next slide. Route number 2. This is really key. Sometimes we don't have it ingrained in ourselves, but you got to remember that really nobody out here knows you. Right? You don't have your name established in the market. You're not in front of these people every day. They don't owe you a goddamn thing. They don't owe you a phone call. They don't owe you a response to an email. They don't owe you a text message back, even though you sounded really welcoming or really interesting on text message. They don't owe you shit. You got to remember that. Some people go through and they start prospecting and they're thinking somebody's going to call me back. Right? I don't have to do that much. I'm just going to do maybe my 10 a day. But underneath all of this activity, if your brain is not wired to think they don't owe you anything, what happens? Yeah, Aaron says, if you get the mindset, you could get lucky. Somebody might call you back. Where does that put you in terms of results? Gambling. It's the lottery, right?
Think of it this way. If you were dependent on your meals for the day, say your supper for the night, and you were like, I think somebody will bring me food. I don't know. Are you willing to sit there and starve and wait for days until someone comes and brings you food? Probably not.
They don't owe you that action. You really got to think about earning, especially now. Like even if they weren't busy, they don't owe you shit. But look at look at what's happening today. Every single business owner, every single consumer even, is bombarded with information overload. So people are asking for meetings, they're asking to sign this, or asking replies on email. Like with all of that information overload, plus the fact they don't really know you at all, or know your brand or know your company, like they're not going to call you back. They're not going to talk to you, right? They're just not.
So one of the people on our team asked me the one day, they said, so when we were role playing, I sounded pretty skeptical on the phone. And they said, are you just doing that on purpose, or is that a lot of business owners? And I said, you have to realize a lot of business owners, especially these days, get phone calls from everyone going, hey, buddy, want to buy this? Hey, I got this great thing for you. You want to buy it? Like you got to realize that they're getting these calls all day, or they're getting emails, or they're getting LinkedIn messages, or they're getting Facebook messages, and they're all, a lot of them, the same thing.
So they're kind of numb to it, aren't they, Sean?
Oh, I still get all kinds of them, and a lot of them I have one supplier that I used to deal with regularly, and I always knew when they were calling because they always started their phone call the same way. Oh, hi, how are you? How are you doing today? And I always knew they were there to try and sell me something. There's a new product out in a webinar about it. Do you want to come watch our webinar? Not really, but so it's yeah, like Bo says, can I give you a pat on your head? Would you like some fries with that? Like it's just, we get it all day.
Yeah. This is where your mindset, before you have a mindset of doing the work of sitting down and changing the way you feel about the activity. This is the root of it all, because some people still from a very, very early, maybe it's a childhood ingrained habit or environment cause, which makes us think, hey, you know what? Somebody's eventually going to do something for me. If I try hard enough, somebody's going to do something for me, right? Somebody's going to come over and give me a free pass. No. Henry says even your parents don't owe you anything, right? Nobody's going to, I just want you guys, again, this is a reset. You start from the root. If you think people are going to call you back, if you think at some point they're going to have the wherewithal, have the logic, have the compassion to answer your text message or your LinkedIn message, you're wrong. You can't wait for that. You absolutely cannot wait. Waiting for that, just like somebody just said here, it's absolutely like having a lottery mindset. I think Jeb Blunt puts it quite apt here. So this is, yeah.
This is the brutal truth. In sales, you are owed nothing. You've got to get your ass up and go out there and make things happen yourself. You have to pick up the phone, knock on doors, make presentations, and ask for business. Sales is not a 9-to-5 job. There are no days off, no vacations, no lunch breaks. The great salespeople are skipping meals and doing deals, whatever it takes to win.
Basically Adam Nasser, right? Adam Nasser barely sleeps. That guy is a machine.
He's got the whole hypnosis thing going, so he just hypnotizes himself or something, so he thinks he sleeps.
Yeah, but he's a lion. He's out there for the hunt. He's out there to win. And this is this is a reset. Nobody's going to give you that free pass.
And it really is to do whatever it takes. Nobody's going to sit there and do this for you. You have to do it for yourself.
How many of you guys, when it rolls around to Saturday mornings, you're like, hey, maybe I can sleep in a little bit and just kind of relax and spend some time watching little movies, some Netflix. Ivan says, Saturday, what is that? Be honest. Come on, guys. Dominique says me. If you want to be an ultra high ticket prospector, the root behind the mindset has to change. Okay. Cannot say this enough, because we could give you all the stuff to send out, all the templates, right, for the emails and the messages. But if you're not set up for that, you're going to send one email every 2 days. You're going to pick up the phone every 3 days. Wow. So Hardy says no TV for the past 4 years now, except for Danflix. So here's some stats real quick. You guys have seen this before. I'm going to say it again, but think about the numbers behind this. Pulled this from LinkedIn. These are the typical salespeople behaviors, right? Half of those guys out there are never going to follow up with a prospect they came in contact with. A fourth of them might reply back or try to contact them again, and then it stops. Like if they can't reach them the second time, done. And then maybe 12% of people will do 3 contacts, right? Be honest, everybody. When you guys are reaching out to your clients, potential clients, right? Business owners, how many of you guys fall into the 3 contacts or less bucket?
It's kind of like like Dan's dating advice, where it's like, how many of the people go up to the girl and say, "Oh, she said no."
Yeah. Think about that. These are typical. You want the same results as everybody else. You do what everybody else does. Right? The reason why this stuff matters is, I'm going to start from the bottom actually here. 80% of the sales are made on the between the 5th to the 12th time you contact that person. Okay. That means if you're doing any less than that, you're missing out on a huge probability equation there. 5 to 12 times. What kind of patience does that take? So you guys just remember, okay, this is why we're giving you the number, we're citing some of the data out there. I'll say data again. This route that we're talking about, route number 2, is that they're just not going to give it to you. Okay? They're not going to give it to you. You have to persist. You have to keep waking up early every day and persisting and packing your own pipeline. So nobody knows you. They don't owe you anything. Right? And you got to keep doing it over and over again. All right. So here, before I flip to the next slide, how many of you remember the first motivator, the first route that creates your money tree? Control the data. Control the world. And the second one? This is an exercise, just see if you guys are paying attention, that's all. Nobody knows you, nobody owes you anything. So we're going to combine these two roots and we're going to build the rest of the tree today. Is that okay, guys? You guys okay with that? Okay, so these are the motivators, why number 1 and why number 2. These are going to be your strong roots for today. So back to the money tree. Those are the roots. Let's go into some of the mindset that rests on top of those strong roots. The first one we're going to talk about is curiosity. How many of you guys would consider yourselves naturally curious? Usually when I ask this question to people, I get more responses from the engineers, the emeralds, the ones that care about process, like how is it done, right? That's your emerald side speaking, maybe. So curiosity is really, to me, it's a mind that's open to possibility. Okay, this is the first mindset. This is the first unshakable quality of your trunk, the tree. That's a mind that's open to possibility, and a mind that's really full of wonder. Christian says, want to find a better way, always. Possibility, says Keith. It's a puzzle. So here's where I think I kind of like dealing with tough prospects and prospects that don't answer my phone calls, don't answer my emails, because my next action, I'm thinking in my mind, is how can I solve this puzzle? How can I change my tonality, change my wording in my email, in my text message? How can I explore a different channel to make the person respond? How? It's like a little puzzle. It's like a Rubik's Cube. We all want that Rubik's Cube to be easy to solve, but is it easy? Sometimes it's very, very difficult. And that's why the success rate of getting to that prospect takes a long time. So the nut that we're cracking, that Rubik's Cube we're trying to solve, it's a puzzle. If you're not curious about how can I go about it differently, you're going to have a lot of problems, because what happens then if you're not curious? You quit. I don't care anymore. Let's move on to the next thing. Right? So Jeff Hoffman says,
when reps take the role of a curious student rather than an informed expert, buyers are much more inclined to engage.
how many of you guys remember when Sifu taught us HTC? What are the two roles that we kind of play as a high ticket closer on the calls? The two roles that we serve. Shrink and actor. I like that. The psychologist and the actor, Zora says. Actor and psychologist. Very good. Doctor. Got a lot of doctors here. Educator. Okay. Sometimes. Helper. Okay. The reason I pulled this quote up is because you got to, behind all of this, right? As an actor and as a psychologist, you have to be curious enough to ask the questions. It's a much more natural response, don't you guys think? Instead of acting like you care, acting that you want to know, acting like you want to know more. If you're naturally curious, if you can infuse curiosity into your mindset, doesn't it come out more naturally? Here's another quote. I'll read this one. Curiosity is a bit like the compelling urge to scratch an itch. It makes us want to seek out more information. It can make us want to find valuable problems to solve in our business. Behavioral economist George Loewenstein developed the information gap theory of curiosity in 1990s. This guy believes curiosity is a critical motive that influences behavior and arises when we feel a gap between what we know and what we want to know. So you're more likely to seek out information if you're curious about something, because that's how you scratch your itch. Robert's asking a question here, and I don't know, Sean, you can chime in too. He says, when does curiosity cross over to attachment?
Well, that's sometimes a difficult one. I mean, again, it really comes back to also, who are you really there for? You're even in B2B, you're there for your prospect. It's not about you. It's about them. So if your curiosity is truly there to find out more and genuinely show an interest in what your prospect is either facing or looking for, or just genuinely giving them some value, I would say that's definitely at a line of curiosity. Going much further than that, that's maybe where you start crossing that border of attachment.
Yeah. And remember, we're still in the process of qualifying the people we come in contact with, right? So we're not depending on how you're defining the attachment there, Robert. We're not necessarily becoming curious to the extent we're not going to let go of that prospect no matter what, right? If the prospect still by your criteria is not qualified at the moment, right? You can move on. There isn't an attachment to a prospect that doesn't meet those qualities.
And it's often a hard thing for people prospecting to wrap their mind around, is that point of it's time to move on. It's time to go to the next one. There's a lot of people like, oh, just a little bit more, maybe a little bit. I'll ask them something else or try something else. Like truly, when it comes to that point where you can't help, you need to move on.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. So here's what, in my mind, when we are curious, here are the natural questions that kind of come into mind. And if you're able to do this naturally, it becomes so much easier. You almost could say it doesn't feel like extra work because you're just curious, right? So I often ask, what if I just called one more prospect? Or what if I'm just curious, I wonder what would happen if I called that prospect back a day earlier? What would happen then? Right? What if I replied to just one more email before I finish? Would that affect the conversion rate? The response, the call to action? What if, and I wonder this sometimes, if I just took my Dream 100 list and my list of companies that I've hand selected and done research on, and I just added 10 more. It doesn't have to be 100, does it? What would that look like? That's right. Fanatical prospector, one more call, says Ivan. Sometimes we have to wonder, and the wondering, the curiosity really drives that extra behavior, that one more behavior that Jeb talks about.
And that one more, it's so powerful. Like when I started doing FCC calls on the B2C team, I use that. I'm going to make just one more, or maybe I should do one more. And you know what? The next thing you know, you're like 4 or 5 calls in and going, oh, geez, I said one more.
It's cumulative. It adds up. But what drives that? For some people, I mean, especially we talk about the different personalities, sometimes it's the relentless, like I want to win, that's driving that. But we also have to remember that curiosity itself plays a role. Because aren't you just curious if you added a little bit more activity in a certain way, or you tweaked something in a different way? It doesn't always have to be volume, right, guys? We can also tweak quality. We can tweak messaging. So I'm curious. I wonder what would happen if I took that same damn email template I was using for that last prospect and I changed those 2 words in the last sentence. What would that do? If you're not curious, what would happen to that template? What would happen to your conversion rate? It might just stay the same. Like if you weren't really converting before, if you're not curious how to tweak things, no progress, right? So that's trunk quality number 1, the search for wisdom. I like to call it curiosity. Number 2, we're going to use all these today, by the way. Constant improvement and systematic approach. Again, I selected this one because if you think about it this way, we started talking about at the very beginning of the session today, we looked at calendars. We looked at blocking time off, right? That is all part of a way to systematize, a way to set up repeatable actions. Do you guys agree? All right. So the mindset you got to have in addition to the curiosity is, how do you keep improving? And you have to tie that. You just can't say, how do I keep tweaking? You have to also start thinking about scaling stuff. One thing I really love that Sifu does is he often asks us, okay, I like what you're doing. What happens if we multiply that activity by 500? Does that break the system? Right. So that's the systematic approach, where you have things that you can do over and over again that will help you scale without hopefully not breaking too much. The next slide here, this is kind of sharing my personal experience. I used to, I piloted one of the first elite sales support teams at Dell. And this was a team that served the top buyers, the top corporate customers that were buying computers and services from Dell. And we had a queue of sales support people. And we served those clients to see if we could actually create a better experience and increase the likelihood of upsells. Right. So one of the things we learned on that team, even though it was sales support, we still consider this part of the sales process. We'll talk about process in a second here, but as you guys know, even from a consumer perspective, experience matters, right? A confusing experience can cause a customer or a client or a business client, even a B2B client, to leave, to stop communicating, right? Doesn't have to be standing in line. Like some people are thinking, oh, maybe it's like in a store, I can't find something, right? I'm just going to leave because I can't find it within 10 minutes. But even from a B2B perspective, that happens too. Go back and think when you're reaching out to these clients, these business owners, what does that experience look like from their perspective? Can they find information about you? Can they find information easily about your company? Right? So here's a comment about checkout. If they see any kind of unfair system, they also will become frustrated because they see other people are receiving better service. This is more from a support perspective, but they see some people are actually getting service faster while they're waiting an extra 10 minutes, right? We're talking about process here, guys. So customers initially don't mind waiting. We're talking about lines, but as they become bored, this will be applicable to business clients as well. They're going to grow stressed and frustrated because things are taking that long. How many of you guys have actually created a pretty decent flow of outreach to your target customers or your target list, but some of the stuff is taking longer than expected to reply to gather that information? Stanley says yes. Well, let me reverse that question. How many of you guys are able to respond immediately to a client question or a follow-up? These are things that when we talk about things that matter to a customer, we get into terminology like quality. So quality is really another word of saying, another form of saying, what does a customer care about, right? So let's go to the next slide here. Here's a quote from William Foster.
Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives.
Quality cannot be an accident. The time it takes for you guys to respond to a client question, that time cannot be random. Sometimes I'm getting back to them in 5 minutes. Sometimes it takes me a day. It has to be intentional. That's going to be a key word for you guys today, intentional, right? Some of our emeralds here have seen what's called a process map before. How many of you guys have looked at a process map before? Got some yeses. Some people are saying never seen that before. It looks kind of like one of these. I'm not going to zoom in on this one, but it's really just a bunch of boxes that represent the activities that are happening, right? So let's say one activity is a customer comes to you, fills out a form, right? Okay, and then there's another activity, which is you're responding to that form by reaching back out to them. When we talk about constant improvement and systematic, a way to improve systematically, you're going to start measuring some of these things, right? Hardy has done a process flow before. Value stream mapping, that's getting a little bit more detailed, right? Dendy. Flowcharts, that's correct. Each one of these steps represents a process. When you get to it, everybody's got a different process. This is an example of a map, that's all. when you guys go back to looking at how you serve your customer, how you serve your clients, even from a prospecting perspective, you're going to have timestamps and averages. Okay, this is getting a little bit detailed, but I want to tell you this because you cannot have a set of customers you're contacting where it's taking 5 minutes for you to respond to their emails, and then another set of customers is taking 2 days. Right? Tack time. You know Dendy's and Emerald. So you gotta, even if you guys are not familiar with process mapping and flowcharts, eventually you cannot be afraid of these things, because what gets measured, please fill in the blank, increases, gets improved, gets done. That's all we're trying to do here, guys, right? If you can't measure it, if you're just only describing how does your client interact with you over email, then maybe over a deal creation and then over a close, if you can only describe that verbally and you can't put some measurements around that, you're not going to be able to improve it, right? Desmond and I actually have a very, very intimate working or example, a case study of where copywriters.com, we were mapping out these processes for delivery, right? Desmond was on the closing side, but also on the customer communication side, the client communication side. We were mapping out how long it took for us to get back to our client. And we saw that it was inconsistent, right? Same thing goes for prospecting. If you're going to prospect, you need to know how long things are taking so you can improve.
So if I can add a little bit, Rich, there.
Yeah.
How many people were in IC class earlier this week?
It was actually yesterday. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was yesterday. That's right. How many remember we showed you guys, we gave you guys a sneak peek at some of our processes for the B2B sales team? Why do you think we have that process? Can somebody answer to me in the chat? Why do we have that process? Consistency, yes. Systematic.
To increase value and quality.
But I did see somebody catch on it here earlier, but what's the other thing that we need to do with a process to know if it's effective? You have to be able to measure it. So the big part of the reason that we have a process to our Dragon 100 process, or high ticket influencer, or even, the B2C teams have got their processes as well, is so we can actually measure. It's not just everybody doing everything differently, because you have no way of being able to measure it. By having a system and a process and having everybody do relatively the same thing, it's a guideline for our closers and for doing their prospecting, but we at least know that they're all following the same process. And that way, if we see that, hey, there's a bunch of people doing really well, but maybe one person's struggling, then we know, well, maybe that person needs a little bit of help, or maybe they're having a mindset issue, or something's going on. But if only one person's being successful and 4 people aren't being successful, then we know that there's something wrong with the process itself. And Felix, who also helps me manage the B2B team, he's put together a whole list of stats that we track along that system that we showed you guys, that keeps track of, how many emails we sent, how many were opened, how many, didn't get through. And all of those statistics are what help us measure that process to know whether it's effective or not. So does that help you guys understand from a prospecting perspective why a system is important?
And to add on to that, Sean, eventually you guys are going to be part of a team, right? You can think of these, everything we're talking about today doesn't have to be attached to a CRM or attached to a tool or a piece of software. Everything that we're going to talk to you about today is general enough and principled enough that you can actually apply this wherever you are working. But eventually, I think Sean brings up a great case, which is the data you get from understanding a process helps you improve across a team and understand how to pass on best practices within a team. So we'll go back to the second mindset here for the ultra high ticket prospector, which is constant improvement and a systematic approach. There are two mindsets. What are they, guys? Just to review. The first mindset is and the second one you need. Do you think, Sean, do you think they remember the two roots of abundance?
I don't know. We better check. Control the data.
The motivators, yes. What are the two motivators? That's right. Control the data, control the world, and nobody owes you anything. All right. So with that, we just covered 2 of the 4 topics for today. And why don't we take a quick bio break? Because I know you guys been at it for about an hour and a half. Give you guys an expectation of timing too. I think we should be halfway through, just so you guys know. And why don't we do this? We'll take a break and come back at 45 minutes after. Actually, that's probably a little long. Let's do 40 after. Is 4 minutes enough for everybody to take a break, grab some water?
I see a lot of yeses in the chat,
Okay.
so I think it's fine.
let's do 40 minutes after the hour, and do what you got to do. Do your push-ups, hit the bathroom, grab some water.
Yeah, so David, it's just 4 minutes and then we will, or 3 minutes, something like that, and then we will get back to the class.
Awesome. See you guys at 40 after.
All right. As everyone grabs something to drink real quick, stretch your legs, do a walk, do whatever you want to get some energy in yourself. And as you do that, I want you to write down your number 1 takeaway within the chat. So let's see. William says, curiosity, stay curious. Quality is not random. Peter, nobody owes you. Yeah, that's true. Control the data, control the world. And what has been some of your aha moments so far? Something that really resonates with you, or you really needed to hear that? What are some of your aha moments? No one owes you. That's true. Measure what matters. What if? Go for what you want. Keep making contacts and helping others. That is powerful. Build the structure from roots as strong as it can be. Yes. What if I 500 that? That's interesting. Yes. What if we increase our productivity with 500? That's awesome. Yeah, feel free to post your takeaways down below. That way you can see the other takeaways your fellow brothers and sisters have, and maybe you can learn something from that as well. What gets measured, get improved. Okay,
you can always learn from your brothers and sisters.
Definitely, definitely. Okay, I think we have 1 or 2 more minutes before Rich comes on. So if you have to go to the bathroom, do that real quick because class will start any second.
There's a whole bunch more coming up, and you guys don't want to miss it because you've only got half the tree so far.
That is true. And how are you guys feeling? What are you feeling right now?
Are you learning anything?
Overwhelmed, the usual. Well, that's good. Curiosity, excited, feeling curious. All right, well, let's bring up that energy because I think Rich is back with us.
Inner circle. We got the roots. We got the unshakable trunk. Actually, why don't we do this, guys? I actually want to hear, we've been getting great engagement on Discord. Why don't we unmute just 2 people to share with us their experience so far, reflecting back on some of the concepts we just talked about here.
Okay, make sure if we do pick on you that you don't have any noise in the background, that your microphone is, that we can hear you loud and clear, of course. So you can put your hand up within Zoom itself.
Let's see, we got some hands up here.
Any names pop out, Rich?
Looks like we got, I see Jake here at the top of the list.
Jake Holbrook, if I say that correctly.
Jake Holbrook, yeah.
Okay, Jake, you can unmute yourself. Let's give
Jake.
him a second. Jake, are you there? Otherwise, we will have to hop on to someone else.
Looks like he's working his mic. Why don't we go to Carmine and come back to Jake?
Yes. Carmine, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hey, Carmine.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
So what are some insights or maybe key takeaways you'd like to share with everybody here?
Well, my takeaway is that the first would be your mindset of persistence, that you need to try to improve 1% every day, even if it's in small steps.
Mm-hmm.
And that will allow you to progress, even if things are challenging, and improve. So you can never be stagnant. You always have to be striving to improve and striving to better yourself and the value you can offer to the client.
Mm. And Carmine, are you currently working on any closing yourself?
I don't. I own 3 of my own businesses. 2 of them are closed because of COVID right now, but that allows me to start implementing strategies and change and utilize a lot of this information for when we do reopen.
Awesome. I love that 1% improvement each day and never stopping, never ceasing, right? And applying some of the curiosity too, right? What if we could do this a little bit better?
Yeah, that's a very, we all tend to be a little bit ego driven where we feel like if we have some kind of expertise, but having gratitude and humility and actually listening to other people's, I wouldn't say only pain points, but just making them feel like you have a direct feeling toward what they're feeling is always going to help you.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. Thank you, Carmine. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
let's open up. We got so many hands up here.
Yeah, a lot of
tough,
hands.
it's tough to see who showed up with their hand first. Did you notice who put up their hands first there, Donna?
I saw Ivan pop in there.
Okay, let's see what Ivan has to share.
Ivan, you can unmute yourself.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
afraid, but I'm here.
That's great. How do you feel about some of the roots and some of the mindsets that we just talked about?
Well, overwhelmed. Basically, something that it's happening where I'm working, it's that they're making, well, at first I thought that this process tree, I did not saw it before. Then when you show it up, I actually noticed that I saw it before. And it's from the company that I have, and it's huge.
Mm-hmm.
And compared to the one that you showed, it's so small. And basically you were focusing on quality, value, and how to increase the reaction of the prospect, like to engage them faster. And I see that the motivators, the mindset, everything, it's all falling into places, and I never thought of that way. I'm new to B2B,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but the way that you guys put it, even though it sounds difficult or complicated, it's rather easy, but just needs to get done. And just by thinking on having to get it done, my hands are sweating, but it's easy. I don't know how to say it. It's like easy and difficult at the same time. I'm not sure.
That's right. That's right. Is it sometimes we like to say the taking action is probably some of the most important parts of all of this too, right? Is realizing that once you latch on, once you find that motivation, once you find the why, to explore the mindset and try to apply it. Try to apply it. I think I completely identify with you. The flow chart that we looked at just now is from a support team within you're right, a very large company. It's funny that you recognize it, but the main point of it is, as you mentioned before, is like how can we take something that normally is just happening by, you could even say it's happenstance, right? It's something that's just not very intentional, and put intention behind it. Because if you don't have intention, you wouldn't have mapped out the process in the first place, right? It's the fact that you wanted to know. You wanted to know how you could do it better, right? So appreciate that you're sharing, Ivan. Ivan, which season are you from?
Season 13.
Season 13.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome. We got a lot of 13s in here.
Yeah. I see a lot of brothers and sisters here.
Yes. Thank you, Ivan.
Thanks to you.
All right. With the note of intention just now, I want to move our attention to a strategy, which is getting more to the application, but it's kind of a high level concept or principle, and that is around intentional frequency. You won't find this term anywhere. It's something we came up with. It basically is referring to the fact that you need to have intention, but the intention has to be directed over time and with a certain cadence. Does that make sense, guys? So we'll show you an example of what that means here. As a prospector, and we'll go ahead forward here in the slide, you got to remember that it's important to make sure that prospecting is not happening to you. When I say prospecting is not happening to you, what does that mean? It's happening for you. Yeah. You have to make it happen. Yes. You're in control. Yeah. So the idea is, it's a play on words. So intentional frequencies. It's kind of a, how often are you doing something? How often are you thinking about it? And it's measured. So the best example of this, we'll go into a couple examples here. The best example is to look at your calendar, right? When you create an event on your calendar, you are taking an intention and you're marking it on your calendar so that you can execute it, right? Your intention is to meet with Sean tomorrow at 3 p.m. So you book it, right? You're not going to stumble and say, oh, Sean, I'll just kind of message you tomorrow at around 1 o'clock and see if you're available. You got to do the opposite, which is look for intention. So let me show you. Well, here's a great quote actually by Sifu, which kind of highlights the basic principle around this. So if you're committed to becoming a high ticket prospector, you have to have structure. So Sifu says, there is no commitment without structure. There are 4 things that we're going to cover here around intention. We are going to cover a little bit about, we covered mindset and motivation a little bit already. So we're going to go into how you start your days. We're going to look at prioritizing as a general category, and then also calendar management. How many of you can see that these 3 topics actually refer to your intent for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year? Can you see the connection there? Yeah. So this is about intentional frequency. So we're going to cover those 3 things. I've got a couple of quotes that we can go through. These are from people who are actually, experts already in prospecting and building businesses and building relationships. So here's what Sean Rhodes has to say. He's a VP of Business Development.
If you wait for the morning, it's already too late. The best performers actually start planning before leaving work the day prior. They check the tasks and calls they have lined up the next day, complete any research, and stage their notes. That way, they can sleep well and show up for work ready to go. If there are any morning routines, they're more for energy and mindset. Pulling together your plan at 8 a.m. means your competitors already have a head start on you.
John says, amen. I say amen to that. I actually have a short aside to share with you. I live in a house with my wife and also my son. And, a few months ago, as things were getting busy, I showed my wife my calendar, and she actually made a remark, and you guys may experience this too, is like, people will look at you and ask you, why do you have to be so structured about your day? Right? Have you guys heard that before? Why do you have to be so anal about your schedule? Why do you have to why do you have to wake up at exactly this hour every morning and just do exactly this for the next hour? You guys ever get that around you? This is back to the environment that people don't understand sometimes. When you want more intention in your life and you try to structure it, sometimes they don't understand right away. So part of this is, staying your course and understanding that with intention, you're going to be able to get more out of prospecting, especially as a ultra high ticket prospector, because the way we're presenting this is you're going to magnify your results by several times just by doing that. Here's another quote. Andrew Thompson says, I'll read this one. The best morning routines begin the night before. So developing a list of objectives helps get the morning off to a fast, organized, and objective achieving start. How many of you guys are outlining stuff the night before? A few. A lot. A week before. Outlining stuff the night before, actually, believe it or not, was introduced to me by the Sarge. I still remember. I don't know if Sarge wants to chime in here, but I still remember the call, season 1. I got to book a call with the Sarge, and this was way back when, I think the end of 2017, early 2018. And I actually asked the Sarge. I said, "Now, how do you get so much done in a day? How do you not lose track of like what's important?" I still remember the Sarge telling me that he has this notebook and he actually writes down all of his stuff that he intends on doing the next day ahead of time. So that was a great tip. I think many of you are already doing that. So Andrew says, but not just any objective list. It must contain 2 additional characteristics to avoid stagnation. First, out of list of 10 to-do items, you must select 3 top 3 prioritized items that must be accomplished that day. This separate list is called your success list. And then second, from your success list, you select 1 item that is the most important overall. And you call that one your keystone. So you begin your day with your keystone, then you move to your success list. And afterwards, you finish with your to-do list. So prioritizing your list in this fashion will eliminate stagnation. And Andrew says, in as little as 30 days can produce life-changing results. Chris says, Stephen Covey training. All right, here's one more. This is more from the Pearl side, I think.
Schedule your day with intent. Before getting out of bed, I take a few minutes to stretch under the covers and express gratitude for my body and health. I set an intention for the day and usually say it to myself out loud. I drink a full glass of water, make coffee or tea, light some candles, and daydream while setting more intentions about my goals. I slowly graduate to checking emails and getting as much work done as I can before leaving the house for exercise.
We're talking about ultra high ticket prospecting, high performance prospecting. What does this have to do with that anyway? What does all this intention goal setting have to do with all of this anyway? Do you think maybe it takes up too much time early in the morning? It takes away from the time that you have to prospect? How necessary is this ritual? It's a law. Ivan says it's a law. How many of you break the law? Aaron says non-negotiable. Great. Bobby says 100%. The morning does set the tone for the day. So I want to share with you mine. Everybody's got a different, but by the way, you can see, right? You can see the pattern here. Everybody does it differently. Everybody gets results differently. You guys are going to have to find what is your morning ritual to start the day that gets you to where you can perform at the highest level. By the way, is high ticket prospecting something where you're getting high numbers of conversions and yeses and nods? Is it easy? Are there a lot of failures? Are there a lot of rejections? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can. I think it's just a hard one. They are thinking.
They're thinking. The reason I asked that, when you guys start doing this, you're going to, if you haven't done it before and you do it at a very, very high frequency every day, there's going to be a lot of rejection. There's going to be a lot of people slamming the door in your face, right? So what does this kind of ritual in the morning do for us in terms of handling that? I'll show you what I do.
I think there's actually something with the chat, so I will go and have a look over there.
Okay.
So just hang tight.
Yeah, sure. I'm stuck at, are you seeing David?
Yeah, it looks like something's gone on with the chat. It looks like something's going wrong with Discord. So
Yes, I'm having a look over there right now.
I think it's
there it
coming through.
goes.
Oh,
There it comes.
okay.
Here we go. It works now. Okay, so here's my question, guys. Here's my question. What does setting your day up for success using this kind of a morning ritual that all of these successful people have already done, what does that do in terms of your ability to handle all of that rejection? Resets you. Yeah. Mental strength. Yeah. Confidence. Adrian says the right state of mind. Clarity is key. Resilience. Yes. Okay. So here I want to share with you what I do. And again, everybody's got a different approach to this. So here's how I start my days. I'll be the first to say to you guys that this actually took a little while for me to tweak to where I felt it was comfortable and I was doing it more naturally. And even then, sometimes throughout the week, I'm not hitting all of these exactly the way I want them, but this is what I try to adhere to. Okay. So I start my days with a glass of water. How many of you guys are into, like, first thing, like when you wake up, is to go drink a cup of water? I don't know why. It's like so I come from like a Chinese family background. Like my family's into like Chinese medicine, and they say the water in the morning helps to replenish the stuff that you lost overnight, and it actually gets your digestive system ready for the day. Right? Philip does the honey green tea so early in the morning. All right. So that's what I do. And then I usually just hop in a shower, because even if I drink that water, I'm not fully awake and I haven't had the shock to my system. I'd like to put a little shock in the morning. So no matter what, I'll turn on that faucet, that cold shower faucet in the morning. I'll stare at it sometimes. I'll be like, oh, fuck. I don't want to step in. But then I step in, and then you hear a scream, of course. Sometimes, and then you're awake, right? And you don't have to do it for super long. How many of you guys do cold showers in the morning? I don't imagine too many people. It's not a pleasant thing to do. Wim Hof style, right? Sean, did you ever try the cold shower?
No, I never tried the cold shower.
Yeah. How about you, Donna?
I don't have a shower. I have a bath. No, but I did. Sometimes though.
It's one of those things they say, like either the cold shower, or just splashing your face with a little bit of water in the morning, right? Helps you wake up. So the thing I do after that is I go in to do my gratitude and my meditation. So many of you guys are doing that already, like in the mornings. And I think it's a perfect way to look at it. I got a little triangle here, guys, if you see on the right side, like macro to micro. And in my mind, step 2, the meditation is really about thinking about the bigger thing. It's thinking about the universe, right? And the people that are the causes and the things that are greater than yourself, and being thankful, right? So I start with that meditation. Then I'll do that for about 30 minutes. On good days, it's 30 minutes. Sometimes I'm doing it very quickly. I shave it down to like 15 minutes. But I find that actually puts me in a good mood. Like whatever happened the day before, the week before, like if there was something that I got rejected like 5,000 times on calls, or, you know, I had a bad closing call, I find that the gratitude always resets my state of mind. After that, I go into I have a list of things, why I'm doing these things. Why am I changing my life? Why am I kind of having this high performance schedule? I've got a list of my personal whys there. And I look at that. It's on my desk. And I look at that and I say, you know, remind myself, hey, I'm actually doing this because of these reasons. Right? Some of you guys have a vision board. How many of you guys have your vision board nearby? Yeah, so it's the same thing. I look at the goals for the year. This is closely tied to my vision board. And these are written, actually. They're not pictures, but they're actually written goals for the year. So I look at that. After the whys, it's the goals. And then oftentimes I force myself, I didn't really like to do this before, but I force myself to look at my bank account balance, right? How many of you guys are looking at your bank account every single day? Every single day. Some people love it. Some people don't. Sean, do you do it every day?
I do it I didn't used to, but I do now. Especially, I found more when I became a business owner. I got in that habit. It was
You have to, don't you?
Yeah. Well, you do. And it was always one of the things I started with in the morning. And in business owners, it's, you also, cash flow would come in overnight. And it was always exciting to get up and look at the bank account and go, oh, look what came in overnight.
That's right. That's right. What would happen as a business owner? And this is again for everybody here, thinking from the mind of a business owner, an entrepreneur. What would happen if you weren't looking at that on a daily basis? How would that affect the way that you would handle the rest of your day or the rest of the next couple of days? It's almost like flying in the dark, right? Yeah. So even as you guys are not owning businesses, it doesn't mean, right? Okay, this is a good question, guys. Umang says, what if we don't have a good account balance? How many of us here have a quote unquote good account balance? Jeremy says, more reason to look at it. When you guys are looking at that account balance, does it get you excited for the day? There you go. Shang says, it's a good reminder for us to work harder, smarter. Now, the reason why the account balance is so powerful too, I think, Sean, please feel free to chime in here. I think you see a difference between where your balance is today versus what your goals are for the year, right? Isn't that true? If you guys have some financial related goals, that you'll see that your account balance for the day is just not quite there yet. And if it is there yet, then what happens?
And some of that too is just the mindset of being able to know that it's seeing the positive things in every day and seeing those successes. So sometimes, look at it this way. You start out when you first have that balance in your bank account. Maybe it isn't as strong as you maybe like it, but you set that intention of, well, this is what I want it to be. And as you get closer and closer and you see that balance getting bigger and bigger and growing faster and faster, it snowballs. It gets better and better. And it just helps you build that mindset you need for the day. So some people like, oh, why do you keep looking at your bank account balance? I found it an exciting part of my day because at least it made me feel that I was getting closer to what I wanted to achieve.
Yeah. I completely agree. I think what I actually do sometimes too is I'm doing this with my wife next to me, believe it or not. If you can imagine that. My wife doesn't do the list of personal whys or any of the gratitude stuff. I'm just sharing this with you guys so you can get a glimpse of what I experience. But my wife and I will sit down and look at the balance together, right? And I'll tell my wife, how I feel about the outlook for the week, and then maybe sometimes it'll be painting a vision of, a big expense that's going to happen the next week or for the month. But I do that because in the beginning of the day, I can get that out of the way, and it kind of frames like where I'm trying to head for the next quarter. And that's step number 6 for me, is to look at, for the next 3 months, where do I want to be financially, operationally, right? Now you notice this, it's kind of funny. We don't do any of that. Don't even look at the calendar yet until step 7 for me. We've got Matthew sharing here. Let me see. Dana, do you think we could unmute Matthew to talk about how he feels?
Yes, let me have a look.
Yeah. Matthew, can you raise your hand for us so you can pop in?
Matthew Thomas. Yes, if you can raise your hand, because I see there are 2 under your name, so it would be easier. Yes, okay, I see it. You can unmute yourself, Matthew.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew.
Spoken or even thought I'd speak on this, which is also tied to those the issues in the second half of the comment
Mm-hmm.
as well. I pretty much said what I meant. I don't know. Would you like me to say something further about it? I'm not quite sure. I don't want to use time unnecessarily from class, but
No, it's okay. This is, I think there are more than a few people kind of echo the same feelings, but tell us a little bit more about that thought and kind of where it comes from, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay. I'm not quite sure how to answer that, but I remember just my whole life, being raised and being told, there was some virtue in us being poor and not having anything. And there were other people in this town who we were the poorest family in a very wealthy town. So, my mom was like, yes, but we have like these immigrant qualities and, they're just, there was all this sort of making it into something good, but immediately conversely, what that meant is that to have that wealth and do what they did and be able to go to Disneyland, is people talk about Disneyland, right, a lot in this course, and be able to do that sort of thing, or go skiing or go to the beach at spring break or whatever, was somehow something you should feel bad or guilty about. It meant you weren't a good person. And that's just one facet of like a 20-sided gemstone, and a bad gemstone, but if that makes sense. So now, I thought last night, actually, the IC class was for me one of the most meaningful educational experiences, maybe singularly the most for my entire life. Everything that they were telling me about self-esteem, being able to separate self-esteem from self-image and from self-confidence, but showing how they are interrelated so closely, and none can live without the other. It's like this, energetic triangle or something, or tripod, and we sit on the stool that is supported by those 3 legs, or stand on it, or whatever. So it's just really on my mind. So some of the things I wrote, I look at my bank account and I felt anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand why, and the anxiety's been killing me. I work for a company in one of the areas that Sifu identified for us.
Mm-hmm.
Is a key growth area. So I'm doing business to business sales. I'm essentially in medical devices.
Yeah. And
we are actually testing for COVID-19, but the business model, it started up, and I don't even want to, I don't even know if there's, like someone else could be on the call, and I'm not going to talk out of school. I want to be very careful about that. But the business model kept changing, and I never worked in this business before. Mm-hmm. And so having to pivot, knowing how to do all these things you guys are talking about, I had to self-teach. There was no training that taught me this stuff. And so I would simply say that having to continually pivot, for instance, I just got kudos for writing a letter that is an introductory letter because we didn't have that standardized sales material. We haven't had it. And
Right.
I'm a writer, right? I like to, and I take pride in having flow in my writing. And so I actually started reworking it on my own. And it was amazing. It was, and then I sent it to one person. He talked about it on a sales call. Everyone's popping up. Can you send it? Can you send it? I sent it out to a few people. And I got a call from the top sales guy yesterday. And he said, Matthew, this is very well written. I'm sending it up the chain. And this is we really respect people who contribute to the team. So this is all like a lot of stuff that's ancillary to what you're talking about.
No,
Please
no.
Stop me anytime.
No, this is great. This is great.
Deep, and it's like it's like so tired. I feel like I'm pouring emotion out of my chest. Speaking.
Yes. I think it's very helpful because you're actually you're opening up kind of so this, what's in front of us here on the screen is simply just a list of things, right? It's almost like a to-do list. But what you're painting for us here, I think on the class is the context around why we do this.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing this, right? And what are maybe the consequences or even the effects of doing some of this? But I'm curious from your perspective, Matthew, is what does your start of the day look like? Has it changed since?
Because I actually got fired about a month ago, even though my numbers were blowing up finally, right? In March, I was going to be up 65%. I'd been up 25% the month before, 35 before that, like 55 the month before that, just growing. And it was the business we'd been told to do. And again, I have to be careful about, let's just put it this way. The pandemic blew up in the second weekend in March, and the business that was being done, healthcare providers, telehealth changes how people use, shall I say, the product of the company.
Sure.
If patients aren't coming in, volume will change. But the company was able to adapt to that in a couple ways. I had my eye fixated on a challenge, a goal that had been given to me, stated, this is where you need to get to. And I was reaching for that golden apple. Like when you're about to catch something like a ball, you can almost feel it in your hand before it's there. And I could feel it. It's there. I said, this month, oh my God, it's happening.
Mm.
They gave me a raise, gave me new territory, and 2 weeks later fired me. And it was because they only wanted people that were doing the new kind of business. So how do you pivot and do that? And I actually I stuck with it for a week. Like I was still working for the company. It's bizarre, right? It's like, I can't tell people legally they should do this.
Mm. And
then I sent an email to the CEO stating, and again, I wrote it, and there's a lot of stuff, I'm sure, what you're talking, let me step back for a moment, if I may. You talk about curiosity, and there's some talk here this evening about how it's different B2B from B2C because it's solutions oriented and not so much about needs. But what I have found, and this was dealing with the mercurial numbers, struggling to keep the company on its feet, CEO, and doing an amazing job, I have to say, in that regard, but even as difficult as it was for the sales force. But the idea is that he's human too, even. And the email I wrote to him is the same way I'm trying to communicate with my business clients or prospects. And you guys have helped me, the ability to call up and instead, so people coached us here in the company and said, you go in there now, they want to hear about COVID-19. This is the easiest entry you'll ever have, blah, blah, blah. And I tried that. And I'm not sure it works. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Their intentions are good, but remember also those guys can be on the management side, they're not top salespeople. So
Right.
Do you really know what you're teaching us, what we are all learning here, what every one of us on this call wants to master? You have to think for yourself and apply your own judgment. And it's a judgment that doesn't just come as someone who's got a big emerald, component. It doesn't count. You can't control everything. Sifu said last night, you try and put everything in a box and organize it, you emeralds, as he said. He said. And he's right. I'm laughing. You know, I'm not making fun of him. I'm saying he was stern about it, and he's right.
That's right.
And that's a lack of confidence. And that is so true. That was one of those moments last night that I felt like, you know, St. Paul on the road to Damascus, scales fall from my eyes and I can see the light. And I went, oh my God, that's it. So, yeah, I find that I call up and I'm gentle. And I don't know who I'm even leaving a message for. And I'm here, I'm calling because I'd like to know how you are working with this set of challenges. We are providing XYZ, and I list a couple of quick features because, you know, you're leaving a voicemail. It's got to be under 30 seconds for sure, 15 probably. And I say, my number's this and that. I would love to hear more about your challenges and how we may be able to help you.
And I can actually sense too, Matthew, you've got a bit of a very compassionate tone.
I am a pearl, man, in my heart.
Yeah, you get very compassionate there.
I've got a sapphire side that likes to have fun, but the emerald was something I learned. Now, luckily, I was born with the capacity to master data and take joy in it.
Yeah.
But my nature, I can really reach there. I mean, shoot, I say that and I'm starting to get choked up, you know, because, and I mean it, right?
Yeah.
And so I was just going to say that even though we're solutions oriented, I would humbly, I know no opinions. This is actually, this is actually Emerald rooted in my experience, just mine. And I'm a beginner to this. As I said, I've been doing this for a year. And I said, but I would say that people appreciate a human heart because also it's about credibility and trust and reliability.
Yeah.
And I will trust. How do I trust someone? And this was a big, I mean, when we were getting off the call last night, we were told there's a lot of overlap here tonight. So I admit, you know, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, or if, you know, you're driving a certain car, like, you know, and Sifu Dan's talked about, you start seeing it everywhere. Well, maybe I'm seeing all this now because I was told to look for it. But I actually think it's here.
You're absolutely right, Matthew. The trust is often built with the individual person, right? It's that's why you see so many kind of brands attached to an actual figure, a head. It makes me think of kind of back in the day. So my parents are from Hong Kong, but most of the brands have somebody's name on there and also a picture. It's because when you're selling to people, you're still looking at it from a person-to-person perspective, even though that person may be representing a company, right?
I agree. It may be also, it can be aspirational, but these are not mutually exclusive. Associatively aspirational, that's a way to say it.
Yeah.
But that aren't by any means, in fact, you're aspiring to someone almost, you couldn't if you didn't also trust that their character was consistent and had some sort of integrity that you could aspire, right? I mean, I'm mainly just throwing that out there.
No, I appreciate you sharing, Matthew. I actually want to give one more, somebody's raising their hand here. I want to give them a chance to reflect as well, but thank you for sharing that very, very personal story. Actually, I'm sure a lot of people here in the Discord chat have been commenting about that human connection. So thank you, Matthew.
I'm flattered. Thank you very much.
Dana, I believe we've seen somebody was it Adam that was raising his hand?
Yes, it was Adam. He's already raising his hand from the beginning.
I know it's late for Adam, so let's give it up for Adam here. I think Adam has for such a workhorse and a power closer that he is. He's got a way that he starts his day that I think we would love to actually hear about.
Yes, Adam, you.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Dana. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Adam.
Thanks for having me on. Thank you for this amazing class so far. It's really, really awesome.
Adam, what you got for us? Yeah.
Great. So, yeah, I wanted to share my morning routine. Maybe that helps the closers and brothers and sisters in here.
Please.
So, I have a 2-hour morning ritual. So, I get up latest at 5 a.m. in the morning. And what I do is, the first thing I do is the attitude of gratitude, which takes 14 minutes and about 50 seconds or so. Then I do the Millionaire Mindset affirmations right after. And then I do the HTC Create. Then I say the Diodua Creed and my personal affirmations. I do this precisely because when you wake up, sleep is a trance state, a very deep one. And you still, after you wake up from any kind of trance, you are in a so-called trance afterglow. And afterglow means that you are even more suggestible than you would be in trance. And when I say my affirmations there, it makes me so much stronger. They have such a high impact. It's crazy.
I can't hang on a
Then
second, Adam.
after
Hang on a second. I don't think everybody. I know you're famous amongst the closers, but can we just give us like the 10-second background of why you're using these terms like the trance state and some of the other terminologies that you've thrown in there?
Sure. So before I became a high-ticket closer, I had my own hypnosis practice, and I still am the best paid hypnotist in all of Austria. So I did hypnosis in almost to the day. So I started as a teen, and I used those techniques out, and I have trained in all hypnosis schools that are existent. So
yeah, just to give everybody some context, right? So, okay, so you were saying you're right when you wake up, you come out of you're coming out of sleep, but you're still in a trance state, right?
yes, exactly. And this trance state is even more powerful than sleep or a regular trance state, because the afterglow is the perfect bridge between consciousness and unconsciousness. And everything you do in that specific state has like 10 times the impact it would have normally.
That's amazing. So what do you do during within this afterglow state?
I do my full on every creed I have, all my personal affirmations, the attitude of gratitude, the millionaire mindset, and I do them exactly in a specific order. So I start with gratitude because part of the affirmations is I start my day with gratitude in my heart. So therefore I start, the first thing I hear in the morning after a specific song, I have a song that was composed for me that specifically is designed for my personality type and how I think. It was a very interesting composition done with a psychology test. And this is the first thing I hear in the morning. It reminds me of my goals, of who I want to be, my identity, my self-image, right? And this is the first thing I hear. My fiance is next to me usually, so I see her, I feel love, and I start with gratitude. After gratitude, I say my millionaire mindset affirmations, because from gratitude, after wealth, I go into the HTC Creed because that is the reason why I am able to create wealth. Then I go into the Diodua affirmations, like from Still When There Was Then On Demand, and I go into that. And then I read my personally crafted affirmations that I designed based on who I want to be. There are like 21 different affirmations, even more by now, that I say. And after my mind is clear and wide, I am starting to fill it with positive things. Like I read the Closest Black Book, for example, or I read certain books that help me prospect better. They help me close better. So I fill my mind with powerful intentions, and then I do a thinking time. In that thinking time, I plan my day, I plan my goals, I plan who I want to be, and I check daily if my habits and my actions are what I want to be and who I want to be actually. And then I plan the rest of my day on my whiteboard. And on the whiteboard stands precisely, I earn 15K a month because and then I put in what I do every single day. I put in things that I like to hear. For example, I close deals daily. I practice daily. I have 5 high income skills. I do what it takes. I use my time wisely. And then around everything I have to do for the day. And I also have a planner. I use actually 3 different planners because the Sapphire is strong in this one. And I used to mess up a lot of my appointments and my schedule. And much to
okay.
stress of
So Adam,
I was very unorganized.
you are actually extremely good example of what we're trying to say here is, can everybody see here that Adam is living an intentional day every day? Like there is no, like Adam, you're not leaving any of this up to chance, are you?
Luck is something that it's nice to find a 4-leaf clover, but that's as far as I trust luck. Everything else has to be done by me.
Right. And how do you feel like after you've done this for quite some time? How do you feel the results are for the things that you do during the day?
I have to say the difference is day and night. Before I started those rituals, I felt like a lazy slacker. My day was completely out of my control. Everything that happened was basically as reliable as a coin toss. And now that I'm doing it, I feel that even though sometimes I have days where I'm not as productive as I want to be, I am constantly improving and that it was counts. Because whenever I have a bad experience or a closing call that was not as I wanted it to be, it is not completely knocking me off and I'm like, oh my God, I suck, I'm the worst PSL, I should quit this. Doesn't happen because all the other habits I have in place are like a safety net that catches me. If one thing falls down, I still have the other things that keep me up. Because of those habits, who I am is still strong. Whatever happens, I know I can fix this and get back to the real goal that I have. And that is one of the most valuable things I learned in HTC and UHTC. Those specific habits and those behaviors allow me to constantly improve. For example, remember, Sean, in the beginning when I started out, like I was an unorganized mess in some places. I was like doing small mistakes. I was overlooking things. I was completely all over the place, but I was able to improve in a very short amount of time to be now way more professional than before.
Yep. Yeah, I'm witnessed that firsthand, and I can definitely attest to how that worked.
Aaron is asking, Adam, Aaron is asking, did you do these things gradually, one at a time? Like how did you put that together, that plan of action in the mornings together?
So the answer to the question is yes. So it's like until I had my full-blown morning routine, it was a gradual process of what I implemented in that routine. It used to be 3 hours long, but this was just too much time away from prospecting. I didn't want to start my day at 8 a.m. So therefore, it was a gradual process until I had that routine. But whenever my work is over, and whenever I see that I need to change something, I do that immediately. I don't believe in waiting. If I know what is better than what I have now, I don't give myself time to implement. I'm very radical with this because it's part of my personality. It's either all or nothing. Either I do it fully or I mess it up. And so therefore I don't give myself room for failure when I know how it's done. As soon as I got it, sometimes it takes a while, but I do it all or nothing. And yes, it might be that like I have 3 days where it doesn't work, but on day 4, it does. And then I fix the next mistake when I find it. If I don't find it, I can fix it. This is why I measure everything even more. I get a lot of feedback from my peers. I always ask for feedback. I always take it. And as soon as I find a mistake, I immediately do everything in my power to fix it until it works.
Okay, guys. Adam, thank you for sharing. Don't go yet, but I want to ask these guys here in the chat. Are you guys curious at all about whether or not if you tweaked your, let's say you guys all have your own routines, right? After what you heard from Adam, now are you guys curious in terms of how you might tweak your routine to make it a little bit better? So Adam, you've got there's actually more questions you can scroll up and maybe answer. Everybody's got questions for you. So Adam is our resident expert. Thank you, Adam. Adam has provided lots of key learnings. He's used himself as kind of a what do they call that? A test case, and he's proven a lot of things that he actually teaches himself as a hypnotist. So thank you, Adam, for sharing as usual. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Okay, so intention, how you start your days, extremely important. So we covered, Sean, if you'll forward to the next slide, we've covered how you start your days. Now I want to talk a little bit about priorities, because if you don't prioritize, what of your list gets done first? Usually. If you guys don't prioritize the things that you've got to do. The easiest. Jason says nothing. Right. Why do we gravitate towards the easy stuff? Path of least, I was going to say that too. Path of least resistance. Bo says sense of satisfaction. That's right. I can do this stuff, right? Is the stuff that you can do easily usually the most important? People are saying no. It's funny how that works, right? So quick exercise. Let's take 1 minute. We talk about prospecting, okay? If you've got a list of activities and you've got a list of people to reach out to, imagine yourself, if you're not doing prospecting today, that's okay. But imagine that you had a list of things where you're reaching out to people either by phone call, email, messaging. Take a minute here, and I want you to write down how you would actually prioritize that list. What are the things that you look at, you think about when you prioritize, when you put one thing in front of another? Write that down real quick. We're actually going to share.
And this is an exercise. It's always good to be honest.
Yeah, it's also a poll to see what you guys are thinking about in terms of potential prospects. You can comment from a B2C standpoint as well. You can imagine B2B and comment there as well. John, what does FU stand for?
Follow up.
Follow up. Hot leads, follow-ups, and new leads. Organized by time zone. Nice. We've got hot leads, more dials, emails, and SMS. Okay, keep thinking about that. I'm going to run you through a little quote we found online from McKinsey. And Dana, do you want to read this one?
Yes. Analytical work. Salespeople are highly analytical beings. Research by McKinsey and Company confirms that analytics is playing an increasingly critical role in sales. 53% of sales organizations that are classified as high-performing rate themselves as effective users of analytics, compared to only 37% of sales organizations that are classified as slow growers. Today's best-of-breed sales reps need to be data-driven and look beyond the block and tackle approach to selling. They need to be problem solvers and leverage the data at their disposal. They need to be highly analytical.
How many of you guys, when listening to this, kind of shrink back a little bit? We didn't come into HTC, we didn't learn a closing skill to be a data analyst, did we? I just need to close. Why do I need to look at all this other stuff? Why is that important? The reason why this is important, and for those of you who haven't done as much closing or just still working on it, is because the data, back to the what we said about data, how important that is, right? This stuff matters for prioritization. So let's go back to what you guys talked about too. Some of you actually have some really good ones. Before we look at this list here, I saw that you guys were talking in terms of the leads, which ones were hot, do it by time zone, right? There are also things, let me kind of put a quick pop quiz here for some of you who have dealt with a lead list before. When you go out and reach out to people on a warm or even cold lead list, which ones do you call first? The warm ones? The hottest ones? Well, how do you, like, give me a definition of warm. What does that mean? Yeah. I know it's kind of counterintuitive. You can add another dimension to it, but I had a closer that I worked with, and they were dialing the oldest leads first because they were afraid, like if it got too long of a time before they touched the lead, then that person would really fall off the map. Is there something wrong with that? Calling the oldest leads first? Disaster. Yeah. So definitely warm leads, right? That's called anti-prioritization. Now, there may be a situation where you're looking at the numbers, right? When you have a way to rank how engaged they are, that you would call an older lead before you would call a fresh lead. Can you guys think of a situation where, let's say you had a lead that was 2 weeks old, that you would call first before you would call one that was only 1 week old? Sean, you know what I'm pointing to?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking the same thing, but
Yeah. Let's see what they're saying here. Some people are saying trigger event. Adam's got trigger event. Prior engagement, OPM nurturing. Mustafa says that was my first close, actually. Amount of touches. Okay. At some time, you're going to have to, we can call it a trigger event. You guys will have to decide, right? When we talk about prioritization, is when you have enough data about how engaged, good, yeah, Robert says engagement, how engaged these leads are, there may be a trigger point where you say, you know, if this lead is actually reading the blog, engaging in the posts, right, filling out the application fully, you might want to reach out to that lead first rather than reaching out to the one that just came in who didn't do anything. But those rules you're going to have to determine, and you can't come up with the rules unless you look at the data first, right? To see what's coming in. What are they doing before they actually get onto your lead list? Does that make sense, guys? It's not always going to be the one that just came in is always the hottest. A lot of times it is. Most of the time it is. And we even have teams, right, Sean, where as soon as they've done anything online and we see it, our closers are picking up the phone and doing an outbound.
yep. One of the effective tools we have of some of the data that we're able to get is when someone opens an email, and there's actually statistics showing that the closer you can get to reaching out to someone right after they've opened that email or they filled out that form online to get more information, the higher your closing rate.
That's right. So let's conversely, guys, what happens over time? Let's say somebody just filled out a form, an application form, right? This is more kind of inbound marketing related to. Somebody fills out an application form. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, what's happening to that person? This goes back to why prospecting has to be a rapid fire, high intensity, high performance activity. What's happening to that person over the next 30 minutes, even the next hour and 2 hours? Losing interest, thinking, distraction. Yeah. Remember, we live in a information bombardment environment nowadays. So I thought I was really into your offer, but guess what? 30 minutes later, my wife came by and showed me something else. Right? So that's a great point. So very quickly here are some of the things we think as an ultra high ticket prospector. Here's what you really should not give up. These are the non-negotiables. Always start looking at the numbers. If you're not comfortable with numbers today, that's okay. Eventually you'll get onto a CRM, right? Or you'll have at the very least, you'll have a spreadsheet that you can tally and tabulate. But start with the numbers. Again, this is intentional, right? You're not picking at random. You're not picking at the top of the list necessarily, bottom of the list, middle list by geography. You're doing it with intention. So start with the numbers. It includes time zone too, right? As Adam mentioned earlier. The second point I have here, there's no such thing as cold outreach for us. Why is that? There may be in somebody else's book, but not for the ultra high ticket prospector. Is cold outreach something that, when you guys think about that, what comes to mind? Cold calls? The mindset. Okay, Delia's got it. Cold calling, and again, this is from my perspective. Sean, you can also, I invite Sean to always, he's got a great perspective too. And sometimes our perspectives are not the same thing, but I believe that cold calling, the way you label it, is actually a mindset, right? Sifu talks about it too. In your perspective, there's nothing that's cold. You are actually always looking for that connection. So it should never be cold. Your script should never look like a cold calling script. If it does, we're going to show you a couple here. If it does, then it's you're going to fall into the same bucket as everybody else, right?
And I spend a lot of time with the B2B sales team, and I've spent a lot of time with other people on mindset. And mindset is so key. But the other thing that Rich said that's so key is the connection. You're always looking for that connection. So if you can find a way to connect with someone, is it really cold?
Mm-mm. Nope. Can't be. You found the connection. Bo says connection call, right? And remember, how do you find the connection? Do you find it just by looking at the list and just saying, I think I know something? You could build rapport, yes. Sonia says research. Asking questions, of course. Curiosity. There we go. When you apply curiosity to this strategy, you don't have cold outreach anymore, do you? Because everybody's got a connection. Like you do a little bit of research because you're curious. You find something in common. You find a hook. You find an event, a competitor, right? The third thing is maintain your own Dream 100 list, because that is a reflection of a priority. Don't let your leads happen to you. Don't let your prospects happen to you. Create that list. Okay. If you have the data, if you have the numbers, you can start creating that list. How many of you guys have a personal on the job Dream 100 list that you guys are working off of? Aaron says building one. Good. It may not be at 100, right? It takes time. Otherwise, you're just randomly selecting companies, right? You can't just go, okay, I want to do Microsoft, maybe Google, maybe Amazon. There's got to be some thought behind it, right? We got to monitor the downstream effects of moving on. So this is a point I'm going to kind of draw your attention to the activity of prospecting really quickly. Okay. And then also, how many of you guys have heard of the term called farming? You guys are familiar with farming? Who's a farmer here? I got somebody had put the picture of the farmer there.
I would say we're not talking about pitchforks here either.
Yeah. So there's something you gotta. There's a great example. I think if you guys go back to one of the core books there, Fanatical Prospecting, it's either that one or High Profit Prospecting, where there's an example of where one of the salespeople has actually had a great calendar. It was packed full of activities, right, in November. And then he actually stopped doing prospecting in December, right? And then by February, March, he was actually seeing the effects of, he dropped the prospecting because a large portion of his list he actually determined was kind of not worth contacting anymore. I don't remember if he contacted 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, but he just dropped that section of his list. So what happened after that was he started to notice, oh, March, April, how come I'm not getting any more, warm conversations with my list? He missed the 30. There we go. Hardy knows the book. So the idea is that, what is the effect of you actually letting go of your priority list? Like, who's in the priority list and who's not? So you want to be able to monitor the effects. Every list is different. Every list has its own characteristics. It's not going to always be a 30-day rule, right? Internal team has their own rules. Sean's got his own rules for his team.
Well, and a lot of it too is it's not just, and to add what was said in predictable revenue, it's the way you make things, or you make your revenue predictable, is that you're always continuing to add and move and continue your prospect list forward. So you have to, if you're farming, you have to continue to move people into that next step, so that, oh, okay, I've got these few leads I'm going to start this week. I got these people I need to touch again because I haven't talked to them in a day or two. And I got these people this week that are getting close to that point where I can book an appointment so that I can maybe get a sale out of them, or get a discovery out of them. But you've got to always continually keep that funnel moving along, because otherwise you get that downstream effect where, yeah, what you didn't keep up to it. You got so busy with a certain or a few customers, and I've seen a lot of people fall in this trap. They got so busy dealing with a few customers that they didn't keep their pipeline moving along. And then all of a sudden they're in panic mode because 3 or 4 weeks later, they got nobody ready to move to the next stage in their pipeline, and they're panicking.
You have to be extremely aware of what that does. Okay, so that's part of prioritization. You've got certain activities you want to maintain over a certain time period, and then you have a trigger, or you have like a way to monitor that and see what happens downstream. The 5th big thing is, remember that you guys are still, and we talked about this with Matthew, we're still solution providers to people and to businesses, right? So we want to be able to make sure that even as we're prioritizing all these activities, that you are still creating space on your calendar for creativity. Or solution development. You can't just be doing all the active outreach. You need a little bit of thinking time. All right. So to me and to the team here, we believe that these are the things you just really have to have in order to be prospecting at this level. Does that make sense, guys? I like what Jake is putting there. Engaged. Going to nurture that. OPM. Close, set date, and then customer success follow-up. Yep. All right. So that's prioritization. All right. Is that helpful for you guys? Does it give you perspective on leveraging more of your list and the data around that to figure out what comes first and what comes next? Got a question for you guys though. Like, how many of you guys have tried, this is another way to set intention. How many of you guys have actually tried to set up your calendar, but you end up for some reason or another just falling out of the whole time blocking stuff? It just doesn't work for you. It happened to me too for the longest time. Why does that happen? We go to the next slide. Actually, this one's out of place. We're going to come back to that. Before we get to calendar management, the idea is that creativity time that we just talked about is part of that is researching and having enough knowledge so that you can prioritize for prospecting, right? That's part of research. That is something you gotta budget in. Those of you who have read some of the books out there, do you do the research right before you do the call? We'll plug this back into calendar in just 1 second. Do you do the research right before you call up the person? You got mostly yeses. Some people are saying no. Well, why don't you do research right before you pick up the phone or send the email? Heidi says before, and then again right before the call. Okay, maybe you're reviewing your notes. Both before and long before. The thing is, time blocking, which we're going to get straight into right away, is simply the act of batching. Time blocking is the act of batching your time. How many of you guys have heard of that? This is more of maybe like a operations or manufacturing type of term, batching. I don't have a slide on this, but batching. What is batching? Doing things in bulk. When you do things in bulk, you tend to build up, and we talked about this in earlier inner circle classes too. You can end up in flow when doing things because you have enough of the repeated thing going on over and over again. So you get the momentum, maybe like a flywheel or something like that. But if you, let's say, instead of doing that, you were doing research right before your call and research right before each and every single activity of outreach that you did. Right? Not as much flow. When you batch it together, this is where the last bullet point from the last slide is if you leave time for research and innovation, right? Make sure you put it into your calendar block. Let's take a look at that real quick. So calendar management. Feel forward to, I decided to quote myself on the slide. It's pretty funny. You could move forward, Sean, 2 slides. I like to say time sucks happen even when we maximize our batching activities. How many of you guys know like the concept of a time suck? Yeah. It happens to me every week. If it doesn't happen to you at all during the week, you're doing pretty good. But if you have time sucks that happen, time sucks being just things that take up time, more time than you actually expected, right? That's a time suck. If you don't batch your activities, you're even in worse position. So you're actually giving control back to the vacuum cleaner. That's just going to suck. You're before the end of the day, you're going to be like, I did nothing. How many of you guys have had that feeling before? I pretty much did nothing.
So I got a question for our room here. What do you figure is one of the biggest, most common time sucks out there? If you had to guess. Email's definitely one. Social media. The biggest time suck you carry in the palm of your hand, your smartphone. Why? Because you hear a ding, you hear it vibrate, and then what's the first thing you think? Oh God, I gotta look and see what that is.
Sean, were you around to the age of the I was gonna say blueberry, BlackBerry? Who here
Yeah.
has used a BlackBerry before? That's a few people, not too many.
Commonly nicknamed the crackberry.
Yeah. That was the fastest way to check email. The fastest way. We were on that all the time. So back to your morning ritual. How many of you guys end up waking up in the morning? Be honest. You end up waking in the morning. The first thing you do is you read through your messages in bed. Oh, we got some nevers here. It's pretty good. Sometimes you can see how doing that, and I'm guilty of it too every so often, right? Doing that destroys or disturbs your cadence in the morning. We'll have Adam come and slap you if you do that. Right, Adam? It completely disturbs your trance state, your glow phase, right? Afterglow. It's a time suck. It's a time suck. So, what does that mean for us in terms of non-negotiables as ultra high ticket prospectors? We need to start blocking stuff, and you've seen it on the sample calendar there. Like, outbound calling has to start in the morning. Why am I so strict about that? Why is anybody strict about calling in the morning? Geez, I'm not a morning person. I wasn't a morning person. Who here doesn't like mornings, waking up early? Honestly?
I'll admit I'm not one that likes mornings.
It's funny because we do have our, what do they call that? Everybody's got their own kind of high productivity phase during the day. Now, despite that, it's the same as like gem type, right? We all have different kind of innate tendencies. Despite that, why would it be a good kind of repetitive action, something that's non-negotiable, to set up your calls for outbound, if you're doing calls and even outreach, other forms of outreach, to do that in the morning? The most challenging task first. I like that. Highest priority. And some of those contacts, some of those leads, some of those follow-ups could be the most important things for you for the day, right? Sarge says, Sandra. What did Sandra say? Sarge says, am I the only one who likes mornings? I think that most people who have been, through the military, probably get it forced into them somewhere in the other. Right, Sarge? So, outbound calling in the morning, it sets the pace, it sets the tone. Sometimes we view this as one of the more difficult tasks. So you typically have a bit more energy when you start off in the morning, so you can, face some of those challenges of rejection a little bit better. It doesn't wear you down as quickly in the morning, right? These are things from my perspective. When I call in the morning, I'm also not really, I'm more of a midday person. if I call in the morning, I still have more energy than I do like in the late afternoon. So outbound calling in the morning. The other thing is you got to block this off, right? You got to block off the research, the creativity, and do it because it is batching. High intensity activities, we just talked about that, outbound being one of them. Anything that requires more energy, more focus, should happen when your body is more awake. So I'm not saying that everybody's awake in the morning, but wherever you find that to be the best. Some people are super awake at night, but the problem is nobody else is awake, right, at night. So you won't be able to make too many phone calls unless, of course, if it's a different time zone. Other non-negotiables, guys, emails and messaging. If you let it spin out of control, like I said before, you guys have felt it before. It's like, how come I didn't get anything done today? Right? So what should we do with email and messaging time, theoretically? Afternoon. Adam likes afternoon for that. Block it in the calendar. That's right. So when you block off, for some of you guys who have tried this before, how many times during the day are you blocking off activities related to emails and messaging? 2 times a day, says Carolyn. Jeremy says 3 ? He's not very sure. Once a day. Twice a day. Okay. The point of this exercise is not actually get to a best practice, because it really depends on how often your clients are expecting, or your stakeholders, I should say. It's not always your clients. Sometimes it's your teammates. Sometimes it's your manager. So it depends on how often they're expecting this kind of communication. Now we use at Team Danlock, we use a combination of like mostly Slack, sometimes Telegram. And there's an expectation on there, especially for these messaging services, that we respond. How quickly do we respond, Desmond, if you're still there? Desmond's actually super quick to respond on these. Some people are saying 5 minutes. I tell my team usually, and Sean, please chime in for yours. I tell my team that even though it's messaging, please don't expect me to respond any faster than an hour, 1 hour. That's for Team Danlock. And I'm trying to slow it down a little bit too. Right? Now, if you wanted to get a hold of me in under an hour, what could you do? Freaking pick up the phone, right? That's right. If it's urgent, you need a rapid response. You don't need to like stand by there and keep answering messages, right? If it's urgent, somebody's going to call you. Set that expectation, right? So so the net of this all is the blocking, the batching of your time is going to help you perform better, because you're dedicating one activity and you're finishing those things all in one go, just like any good factory would do, right? All the same activity done by one machine, and you have different machines.
So I got a bonus for people that, especially people like in some of the sales teams where we work in different time zones. Who'd like a bonus?
I want a bonus.
So one of the things that we talk about when we're blocking out our time, and this goes back to a principle that Jeb Blunt put in the Fanatical Prospecting book about the golden hours. So outbound calling starts in the mornings, but because we work in different time zones, golden hours to reach someone could be at different times. So maybe what's morning for prospects in the UK for me, because I'm in Canada, I'm in Alberta, I'm the province over from Dan Locke and the organization. I'm when I call the UK in their morning, it's like late at night for me. So the reason why the concept of the golden hours and blocking out time to make those calls is if you're calling in different time zones, maybe you've got to set that block of time where this is where, and I always made sure that I didn't look at my emails or my messaging. I blocked everything else, and all I did was call. And in those prospecting times, I always also tried to make sure that I could get through a certain number of calls in that time block. And even if that meant that all I could do was spend 5 minutes with someone on the phone, if I needed more time, I'd schedule more time. That way, a prospect also couldn't suck time out of my prospecting block, but I also got the most production out of that time, and I was also reaching my prospects in what was a good time for them. And when I found I did that, my success rate, especially when I was calling overseas, like India, where it was 12 hours difference, my success rate went way up because I set aside that block of calls, but I also made sure that that block of calls was applicable to where I was calling.
You kind of had to, Sean, you kind of had to reverse engineer it, right, for your schedule.
Yeah. And, you know, like doing B2C calls in the internal sales teams actually was where I thought about this even more because, you know, consumers aren't always available during the day because they're working. They got work and that kind of stuff. So I was finding I was calling them maybe in their early evenings. It's like 6 to 8 p.m. in the evening for them. But I sat back and I thought about that in B2C and I said, it's the same thing. I can't think of the time zone that I'm calling in all the time. I have to think about the people that I'm calling to if they're worldwide. I mean, yes, calling in my morning is great for people in North America, but even for me being close to the West Coast, calling some people in the East Coast, if I'm calling their morning, I'm starting calls at 7 o'clock in the morning, my time, to get them at 9. Or even if they're far east, 9:30. So you really got to factor that into it as well. You can't just think of your time zone. You got to set up your call blocks to also work for who you're reaching out to.
That's so key. So key. It's a client focus again, right? Thinking about what time is your business client, your business owner waking up? What are they doing during the day? You may already have some additional information about their day, their week, how it's scheduled, but being client centric on that blocking is extremely important. I love what was it? Somebody posted a schedule here. Bose? Yeah, there you go. Bo's got the golden hours mapped out on his desk. Yeah, so you have to set these things up. It's not anything but intentional. It's not anything but intentional. All right, let's take a look at a calendar. This is kind of the same exact. I wasn't able to pull the direct calendar from a prior client because it was when we finished working with them, they shut down the calendar. So I recreated pretty much what we did on this account. This was a lead generation business client, and here is kind of how I set up my day from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday was a little bit different, and I even set it very similar on Saturdays as well. So let's take a look at this real quick from a morning perspective. What kinds of things are you noticing here? Got a lot of writing. I think I got to come down on the messages here.
I see skipping the meal.
Ooh,
wake up early, ritual, sleep early.
color coded. Somebody's saying. I actually created 2 separate calendars so you guys could see this a little bit better. What's so all of my outbound activity was in the pink color, and then the rest of it was blue. The first thing I'll point out here is I left plenty of time for the outbounding in the morning. It was about an hour and a half, right? And I did the emails and texts afterwards simply because I would know for a percentage of my calls that I outbounded to, I would have to send emails anyway, right? I would have to send a follow-up text, just want to let you know I sent the proposal out. I would text them, right? So I put that after my calling activities, and then I would continue outbounding. So it's kind of a little pattern there. I do the pick up the phone, then go to emails, pick up the phone again, go to emails. Now, some of you noticed that I didn't eat, which meal did I skip here? Breakfast. I was a big fan, side note, big fan of the bulletproof diet for a while. If you guys have heard of that, it's kind of like a fasting in the morning until about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So even if I had the 11 a.m. food block there, sometimes I still would not eat during that time. Yeah, Ivan says keep you sharp.
There's a lot of days where I've been so busy and getting wrapped up in things where I've forgotten to eat and went, oh, it's supper time.
Yeah, I got a whole, I don't want to like overwhelm you guys on this session, but I got a whole thing about, we actually don't need to have 3 square meals a day, but that's what we've been taught. But that's a whole different story. The point of this schedule here is that you can make time for those meals, but you also want to focus and be intentional about where those fall and then what comes first and what comes second. We got some Chinese going on here. All right, let's take a look at the afternoon real quick. What's different about the afternoon, the evenings? That's right. I do kind of slow down a little bit. So that's why, another reason why I love having my inbound calls start in the early afternoon is because inbound calls are easier, aren't they? If we do them right. How many of you guys feel like inbound calls are actually harder? Sometimes. Patrick says me. I don't know. I find inbound. I don't know about you, Sean. I find the inbound calls to be much easier.
I've always found inbound easier.
So if that is the case in general, 80-90% of the time, why not make sure that when you're sharp, you're full of energy in the morning to go ahead and outbound in the morning, do something a little bit lighter, easier in the afternoon, right? And that's what I've done. This is kind of a break for me. It is work, but it's still kind of a break. I had many of you are on queues and you're on sales teams already. You know that documentation is key. You can't sometimes you actually have to document after every call to make sure you don't miss anything. But I took good notes, and then I budgeted some time in the afternoon to follow up with my documentation. And that's my 4 to 5 p.m. hour there.
And I've actually made recommendations to a number of our closers that you intentionally schedule documentation into your day, because otherwise it's while you try and take notes on a call, sometimes it's kind of hard to take notes and think about stuff at the same time, or you got big pauses and your prospects going, well, what are you up to? Oh, I'm taking some notes, just give me a minute. So some people find it easier to just make sure that documentation is done. They write some scribble notes out on paper, and then they put their documentation in the CRM in their documentation period. But the other thing I find the documentation period is effective for is when we're taking notes on calls, like I'm a person that types all my stuff on while I'm on the call because I can type really fast with my tech background. But my documentation period is to actually go back through the calls I had of the day and make sure my notes saved, that I put that it's formatted properly, that maybe there's some additional information I need to tie into it. I just didn't have time to put it in there at the time, but I actually go back and review everything.
Yeah. You got to budget time for that, because if you don't, I've seen it happen. It happened to me in the very beginning. I just get behind on all of it. And then by the time you know it, you actually don't remember half the stuff that happened that week, right? You just can't. There's just too many calls going on, too many like inbounds and after outbound. You just have to make sure you absolutely get that done during that day. That's what I've found to be helpful. Research time, of course, we talked about creativity. That was where some people say like after dinner you're not that creative, but for me it was okay. So I just 6 to 7 was my research time. I knew that after that research time, I wanted to plow through a bunch of other outreach after that. So I scheduled 2 hours after that 7 p.m. window. And then of course I would plan for the next day, 9 to 10 p.m. So a lot of the research for the next day's outbound calling happened between that 6 to 7:30 window. And that way I'm not spending time in between calls doing the research. Let me repeat that again. I'm not spending time in between each call digging into each company, because what does that do? What does that do to your schedule?
I was always a person that liked to hit the ground running in the morning. So I'm a big proponent of planning the night before.
Yeah.
I always like to lay out everything I'm going to do the next day, the night before. So that way, when I get up in the morning, I don't have as long as a morning ritual as some, but that's because I want to sit at my desk. I want to quickly review everything that I had set up the night before so I can get going.
Yeah. That's right. So how many of you guys want to see what happens when we take this and move it into, when we scale it up a little bit, how many leads potentially you could close with a calendar that's scheduled like this? Okay, so let's take a look at some basic numbers, and you can come up with your own numbers. This is just an example I just put down very quickly just to show you. In 2 months, so you could in 2 months really come up with 6 really decent closed deals, right? If you assume that, just for example, if we have on average 6 outbound conversations per hour, okay, and we're doing this on my schedule. If you flip back to my schedule there, the previous slide, it was about 3.5 hours of outbound per day. We could say outbound or inbound, right? So if you look at the math for that, let's assume that 1 out of every conversation yields an appointment. And then you have a certain number of appointments set per day, yada, 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 right? Then you look at how many windows do you have in a day to do all of these calls. That's about 60 per month. If you're closing about 10%, that's 6 deals in 60 days. Closing ratios over. Why did I choose 2 months rather than 1 month? It's a longer cycle. It may not even be 2 months, to be honest, right? It may be 3 months. So this is just an example of where if you're closing 1 out of every 1 out of every 10 of these deals that goes through, and these are high ticket deals, right? These are 20K, 30K deals, that you would have maybe 6 deals in 60 days. And on average, that's a deal every 10 days, right? That's not too bad. Now, am I relying completely on marketing to do this? However, Does marketing play a role in this? Yes. This is not independent of marketing. What this means is I'm proactively reaching out to otherwise very, very dormant and very inactive leads, right? And I'm bringing them to the table for myself, right? These people probably have seen some kind of marketing materials. Like the better the marketing around the company, the branding, of course, that's going to help. You can't say this is purely cold lead, like these guys don't know anything about you, right? So even over time, you guys may be sending information about the company to them. They may be part of an email campaign. Yes? Okay. Robert's got a question. What if all you have is a number? Sean, you want to answer that one?
Well, sure. If it's a number, you could pick up the phone, but if it's a mobile number, you could text them.
Yep. So there's various ways, right? I'm assuming, Robert, you want, eventually you want to get to their email address. Is that right? Yeah.
Pick up the phone and ask them for it.
Yeah. Do you mind if I confirm some information with you? Right. Okay, let's keep moving here. I know you guys have been really good sports here. We're edging into our, what is it, like 3.5 hours now? Are you guys still awake? Looks like there's not too much snoring. Right. You guys want more?
I don't know. Maybe it's too much.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
what I'm hearing is, like, you guys have here's what we've just kind of laid out here. Ultra high ticket prospecting absolutely is done with intention. We talked about mindset as a foundation. We talked about how you want to start your days, gave you some good examples, right? Heard from Adam, heard from Matthew. We talked about several ways for you guys to create priorities for yourself. And we also gave you a couple of tips around calendar management. And this is all, it sounds very, very tactical, but it's still part of a higher level strategy, right? Which is to live your prospecting, not live your life. I'll just say live your prospecting with intention. That's your strategy. And that's, if you click to the next slide, that is the first strat. Now, next week, we'll talk about another strategy as well, but this week, we'll call it strategy number 1. These are your intentional frequencies. These are how you are operating, the frequency at which you are being intentional. Sound good? Is that okay for now? Are we good? Okay. So that was strategies. Let's get into the good stuff. Some tactics. Here are some things that you can take away today. Use it for outreach. Just a few things. Use it for outreach. Use it for, this was our original objectives list. So use it for outreach. Use it for, you can even test it with people that you know. But these are actual real examples of things that Sean's team has experienced. Sean has experienced himself, and also myself, in terms of outreach using just 2 channels. That's email and messaging, right? So let's take a look here. Oh, before we start, email and messaging kind of fit into the same category, okay, which is it is written communication and it is asynchronous. And all that is it's a fancy word for saying people don't have to respond immediately, right? You can send something out, it may be like a couple hours before they come back. Got 5 big rules for writing as a high ultra high ticket prospector, here are 5 rules that you really want to adhere to before you write to your prospect, either via email or via your messages. Ivan, no, this is not our only channel of outreach. We're going to cover some more in the following, which is part 2, on May 12th. So 5 golden rules. Number 1, don't send cold emails and texts. I'll give you an example of that. Don't send them. How do you know if it's cold? What does a cold email sound like? Yeah, not personalized. No research, no connection, no context. Yeah. We'll talk about these in a second with actual live examples. The second one is we find, even in experience and learned lessons, is we focus a lot of times on the process sometimes instead of the outcome. Process is not, people don't care about the process. They care about the outcome. I'll give you an example. How many of you have booked an appointment before successfully on a phone for a business or for yourself? We have a saying in that the last thing you say on the phone as an appointment setter or in that activity is all that they're going to remember. How many of you agree with that and can see that, right? You have a 5-minute conversation with them. The last thing you say on the phone is going to be the only thing they remember. Agree? Absolutely. Got all yeses. What does that mean about appointment setting? That means when you have successfully booked their appointment, before you hang up the phone, should you be saying stuff like, I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. Thank you. I look forward to talking with you soon. Uh-oh. Schneier remembers. That was a while back. Holy cow. Schneier, are you open to sharing? Maybe we can unmute. Schneier, put your hand up. If it's convenient.
Let me have a look.
Schneier remembers. It was like one time I popped into Discord and did some role plays in a long time. And
All right. You can mute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah,
How you doing, Rich?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good.
Yeah, so it's so we're talking about the last thing you say on a call when you're booking an appointment is what they remember. So from your perspective, what does that sound like or look like, or what's your experience with that?
Well, as you were what you were saying, and it's what you told me, is to basically confirm that when we will be speaking next. That's pretty much what I remember, or I have to share really.
Yeah. So if you remember, there is a bit of the script. We'll call it a script for now. Eventually, we will get better at it. But at the end of the call, remember that they need to hear it. It needs to resonate in their mind what the purpose of that call is that you booked is. So instead of saying, "Thank you, we look forward to talking to you on Wednesday," you could structure it as maybe, "Thank you, I look forward to talking with you Wednesday, where we'll be going over how we can add 10 times the leads in half the time." Is there a difference there in the way that you end the call? A little bit, right? Does it feel different? You can reconfirm the day. Again, that's part of the process, right? The hook, exactly. So Schneur, I'm just curious, have you used that in appointment setting recently, or how has been your experience with that?
No, I've not used that recently. I actually have not been doing appointment settings recently, but I definitely did use it a lot when I was practicing FCCs.
Yeah. Just that little stick, like what Cole Chang is saying, is it sticks more. When they hang up, that's really that last half of the sentence is what they remember. And I guarantee you that over the course of 100 appointments booked, your show rate will be much higher than if you just said, thank you, bye-bye. I'll talk to you on Tuesday. How many of you guys can see that? Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. Thank you, Schneur. It's good to see you, man.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Number 3, guys, like this is, I can't, maybe we have some, do we have examples of that today, Sean, where people are actually trying to close people during prospecting on email or messaging?
I got one.
You got one. Okay.
The there's actually it's very common in the IT industry. There's a lot of people who just go for it right out of the gate. Sometimes it comes across almost as ignorant or stupid, because you're assuming that this person needs, like I've seen some of them where they just assume that what they're talking to you about you need. And so have you really found out what your prospect needs? Have you really found, like, have you made it about them, or have you just gone and blanketly thrown it out there and hope it sticks against the wall?
Yeah. This is the question. When you guys, after you finish this class, go back and actually take a look at your emails on outreach and see if you've made any of that. Now, are we saying that you're not having a call to action in an email? No. Right? Chances are every email does have a call to action. Right? However, is that call to action going to be closing a $20K deal? Is that call to action going to be closing a $2.5K deal or a high ticket deal, right? It applies to HTC just like it applies to even more so with UHTC, because you're not going to close somebody on a $10K deal just by an email, even if you've talked to them maybe a couple times, right? Chu says, who did that? Do we, let's see. I was wondering, do we have an example of a cold email? Actually, that's
yeah,
nice.
I've actually got examples of all of these. Once we're done going through this slide,
yeah, let's hit up 4, because this is another one, guys, right? If you think B2C clients are ignoring your emails, like, wait till you deal with B2B clients. If they're only reading the entire subject line and then deciding, B2B clients aren't even reading half of it.
And this goes back to what I was saying earlier, that B2B clients get tons of these in a day. Some cases, hundreds of these a day. And so they're looking at your subject line, and they're looking at the first thing you got to say. And if you can't catch it, what's the other thing we talked about earlier? It's instant gratification. If they can't get that instant gratification out of those two things, they've already moved on.
You can also think about it from a time value perspective. Now, I'm not saying, consumer clients, individual people's time is not as valuable, but, how valuable do you think on average somebody who manages, I don't know, a $1 million company, which is not very big, right? How much do you think this person would value his time versus somebody who is just trying to make it, month over month.
So
Right.
Desmond says I should talk a little bit about my experience as a CEO.
Yes.
So as a CEO, like a lot of it's not just talk. A lot of sales courses out there talk about that you always got to sell to the top, right? You always got to go for the CEO because he's the guy, he's the man. Here's the problem. Half of the stuff that I get sent as a CEO, there's probably somebody else in the organization that looks after that decision. 2, I get, like I said, I used to get hundreds of these a day of people wanting to be my next supplier, be my, give me some advice, sell me, don't get me to donate to their community newsletter with some advertising. You name it, I had it. Like Desmond says, you could smell a mile away that someone was trying to pitch you something. So earlier, I used to talk about, I had a favorite supplier, and I actually talked to someone I was, Gail, one of our newest closers, about this the other day. I had a favorite supplier, an IT supplier, a very big supplier. I won't name them. And like I said, I always knew when they were calling. And I got to the point where I memorized their phone number. When it came up on my call display, and maybe in not all countries you can see the number calling you, but in Canada, we can see the number calling. And as soon as I seen their number, the first thought in my mind was, oh God, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were calling to tell me about, and they were the ones that would start with, how are you? Like I said, do you want me to rub your head? Would you like some fresh muffins? It's just that tone. That's the tonality it started with, right? And then it was like, and you knew the first thing they were calling about was they wanted you to watch the next webinar on the product they wanted you to resell. And sometimes I was polite, and other times I'm just like, nope, and I just let them go because I got frustrated. And they would call me relentlessly every week, normally at least twice a week. Didn't matter how many times I hung up on them, they would still call. And yes, like someone said in the chat, like even just talking about it brings out my frustration. So if I, as a previous CEO, and even CEO of my technology business that I have now, if I am that frustrated, can you imagine what other CEOs are experiencing? Put yourself in their shoes. This is what sets us apart from everybody else. You want the secret to set yourself apart from everybody else? Don't be everybody else. Be different. Stand out.
And that applies to everything. It's just not the outreach rule, but as you've seen, it's kind of a recurring theme, isn't it? Golden rule number 5. We covered this kind of already in the chat here in Discord, which is time zone is extremely important. And some people give no thought to that. It's got to be prospect centric when you write too.
And this is also important too, because I would have customers, like I'm in Alberta, my office hours for one of my businesses, I had an IT consulting business, which had a storefront, and we were only open 9 to 5. But yet I would get people calling me at sometimes even 6:30 a.m. I haven't even really started my day yet. And they're calling me, looking to me to sell something. What do you think my first instinct was? Well, 1, I ignored it. And 2, yeah, I normally, if I did answer it, I had a few choice words for them and then I hung up.
It's almost a muscle memory too, right? You're already used to it. You know exactly what to say to these guys. You trip the wire. The response becomes automatic. Yeah.
And do you think your customer's in the right frame of mind to be wanting to work with you to see if there's a good fit if they're already triggered? Highly unlikely.
F you. All right. So do you guys want to see like some actual?
Who wants to see some bad stuff? Who wants to see some examples?
Get ready to cringe.
So I went and looked in my tickle trunk because I happen to have, my good old spam filter that keeps these for me, and I picked out a few goodies. So don't do this. Cold email. Greeting of the day. My name is Vikas, not the Vikas that some of you all well know, just different Vikas. I'm a professional website design resign developer with 8 years experience. Do you need a great website adjusted or built from scratch? If you want to know the price, costs, and examples of our website design project, please share your requirement. You can give me your WhatsApp number or Skype ID to discuss much more. Contact me if any of your work needs help, and I will get back to you shortly. Best regards, Vikas. So you want to know what the funniest part about this is? At the time, I still have this website up, but at the time, if you actually went and looked at my website, what am I? I'm an IT consultant that takes on the biggest problems in the world that other companies don't solve, including helping companies build and scale their own websites. So is this really going to have a connection with me when I already have people that do this for me? No. Let's see. What else we got in the tickle trunk? Oh, we were talking about the clothes. Oh, this one's good. Good day.
I can read this for you.
Sure.
Good day. This is Jenna from XYZ. I was wondering if you're available for a chat. I'm reaching out to see if your company would be interested in finding new clients. Our services can reach out to your target audience, not only by calling, but also email and LinkedIn marketing. Allow us to do the complex and tedious legwork of sales and marketing so you can focus on what you do best, improving your products and services and closing deals. It will only take a brief phone call with us to discuss the details of this opportunity. Is your calendar open tomorrow for a quick call? Let me know what's the best number to reach you.
So anybody got any ideas what's wrong with this email? Anybody want to just chime in here? Pitch Fest. Oh, yeah. Not personalized. Hey, did anybody look at the 2 at the top of this email? She emailed it to herself, which means she probably mass emailed this email to everyone. Might have even got herself blocked in the process, but hey.
True.
What else do you guys see that's wrong? No research. I could have been in sales. Yeah. I thought it was rather funny to say, I'm reaching out to see if your company would be interested in finding new clients. No.
I'm
really?
not interested.
Why would I want that?
I've got enough. The trigger for me, Sean, if I might chime in here, is as soon as I would have just kind of skipped over the two. I didn't see that initially, but just a salutation is enough. Like good day, no name.
I don't know if I know this is going to date me a little bit, but anybody who knows any of the old Canadian TV shows, there used to be a guys called Bob and Doug McKenzie, and they always started their show with "Good day, eh?" Because all of us Canadians say, "Hey, John Doherty's got it," yeah. But that's what that reminds me when I read that. It doesn't remind me of something that's actually personalized to me. It reminds me of a TV show.
Yeah.
How about this one? This is Jane from Prima Housing, China. We are a one-stop service company for building materials, mainly provide staircase railing, glass shower, kitchen cabinet, bathroom vanity, windows, doors, everything else, and so much more. Blah 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 blah. I tuned out after this is Jane. Well, actually, I tuned out after how are you?
Yeah.
The first sentence is how are you? Fine. Thanks. Bye.
Look at that at the end though, right before the closing there. May I have your WhatsApp or WeChat number for convenience? Mine is. It's kind of creepy. Needy, I guess we could say,
needy,
right?
yeah.
Needy is creepy.
So the other thing is, this email isn't even, my company has nothing to do with building materials, so I don't know why I even got this email in the first place. And second of all, it's just, we talk a number of things about you don't have to know English to be able to close, but spelling and grammar of emails is also very important when you're talking to a business professional. And this is an email that clearly shows an example of where care wasn't taken at all.
And you can get these things. I mean, it's not like you have to get a personal proofreader or anything, right? Spell check and Grammarly are free. You can install those very quickly. And those tools, if you actually use them, will stop 98% of the mistakes you make when you send an email, right?
So if you're ever talking to any of these people or you happen to see these emails, I think the next slide that Rich is going to cover might be some good advice for them.
Yeah, this is kind of quick pitch. How many of you guys are actually graduates or taking the high income copywriter course? Just curious here. Season 1, yeah. Taking it now. Very good. Now, I'm not trying to pitch anything here. All I'm saying is courses like these, HIC, allow you to become a little bit more aware of how you write. If you've never taken a writing course before, this is one where absolutely you're writing so that you can increase your ability to connect with the prospect, right? In a certain voice, understand where they're coming from, potentially close them into doing something, taking action, pressing a button or something like that. But this is absolutely, if you guys are not aware of your writing and where it is today, is like go out there and take a course or something, right? Or get somebody to feedback and give you some input into how you write on these emails. The last thing you want to do is to venture out by yourself and send emails out there you're not even aware of that are doing damage to your own brand. That's all I had to say about high income copywriter. So if you want to do something like that absolutely will help level up your game.
And later on, when I show some of our examples, I'll actually be able to show you some of the things that one of your HIC brothers has been able to put together through what he's learned.
Awesome. So let's talk about the edge, the first edge in emails. This is just a placeholder here, but if we look at the first edge I want to talk to you guys about, is it sounds so basic, but I still see it even on teams I work closely with today, is your outreach email has absolutely no industry verbiage whatsoever. That is not operating like an ultra high ticket closer. I'm going to tell you right now. If you have not done your reading on the industry for your prospect, like, spend a little bit of time, read a couple blog articles, read at least 10 is my rule of thumb. Get out there and read, know exactly how people are speaking in that industry, especially if you're new to it, right? Get to know your audience, as Jose, right? If you're not using the verbiage, they can tell, right? If you're writing, for example, you're writing to a medical community of doctors, right? They can tell whether or not you're in their part of their flock, so to speak, birds of a feather. They can tell, right? So the very first edge you can give yourself as you block off that calendar management time at the end of the day when you're doing your research and you're getting into a new maybe category or an industry or vertical, go ahead and start reading about that. Because when you start writing your templates, if you're using templates, when you start writing your customized email, you get to pull upon those topics and those certain vocabulary that these guys are using, because not everybody speaks the same. Not everybody has the same voice. Not everybody uses the same terminology. I'll give you an example. I think Sifu mentioned this in one of our classes too, is when people are saying revenue, right? Don't use the word sales. When people are saying sales, don't use the word income. Do you guys remember that? Right? So you want to speak the same language. Here's an example of places where you can get that information. Go to the website. Get into, like, not just the website landing page. I know some of us in the beginning get a little bit lazy and just read and scan through the first page to find out what the offer is or what their positioning is. Go into their press releases. Because let me ask you, why would it be beneficial for you to go into a press release on a website? Ivan says, how they communicate, see the new actions, Demetrius. You have a topic personal to them. That's right. Suresh says, latest info. Yeah. So think about it this way. If you read stuff off of their website, their landing, the main page, the home page, how often is their homepage getting updated? Probably not as often as their press releases. Agree? Right. So to demonstrate that you've come halfway and you say, hey, I actually know you. I've been reading about you. I've been tracking you. I've been following you. I love your stuff. How can you prove that? Well, one of the ways is to show them that, hey, I've been paying attention to your industry. I know what you did last week. I know what you did last month. Right? Quote the press release. Exactly, Adam. Another place, LinkedIn, of course, lots of business news and business articles on there. This is also kind of a rehash, which is remember on these emails that they don't read past the first sentence, and you can actually create a hook in the beginning of the email. But you got to do it with the research, right? You have to have enough information to put it back into either the subject line or that first opener. Okay. The fourth piece is, in my experience, and I can think of several reasons, but why might it be interesting for you to explore the referral as an opener in your emails rather than some of the other stuff like the news and the competitors and the press releases?
It was one word we said earlier.
Connection, yes. personal. It is a hook. It is a type of hook. Yeah. So these are ways, and this bullet actually probably links back to another slide more appropriately. But the reason why you would use a referral card, in my mind, is because that's a direct connection. It's usually a person, right? It's a direct connection with somebody you know, somebody you trust. So it's a trusted source. Let's take a look at edge number 2 and then watch us show you some examples. Looping back to the last mutually agreeable relationship is pretty key. And we talk about this actually as we think about no email is cold. No message is cold. Okay. It doesn't have to be the referral card. It could be an actual idea or your hook. So here's an example of one way to do it. This is a fictional email, but it captures kind of the essence of many, many sales emails out there. Okay. It doesn't look too bad. Does it look bad? How do you like the subject line, first of all? Is it a good subject? No. Some people are saying yes, nay. Some people like it. How many people here find the subject line spammy? Yeah, it is. And that's actually not the focus of this email, but I will tell you, like, people have a very good sense, especially people who are busy, like business owners, right? We're talking about B2B here. People have a very good sense of what is a legit subject line versus a spammy, for lack of a better word, spammy subject line. They have a very good sense. As soon as they see that, it's gone. Do they open it? Yeah. Heidi's, I wouldn't even touch that one.
I liken it to the old adage is a used car salesman. Oh, only today you can get this car for this price.
Right. Now, look at the body, look at the opening. Do you see anything glaringly wrong with how this email is starting out? Alan's got a good point. Come back to that. How would CEO reach out to another CEO? Isn't that a lie? Which one, Bo? Well, you could have spoken to him before, right? Again, these will fall into either nurturing or even just new on your lead list. Not very professional. Okay. No value added at all. Okay. Let me read through this here so you get the feeling. Okay. Hey, John. Hope you're well since we last spoke. We just recently launched a new program, which I think you'll love. It's called the Edge Max program for coaches who don't have the extended times to meet for training sessions, but really want to reap the benefits of training in half the time. Now, we spent 2 years crafting the perfect balance, right, between impactful training and convenience, and also flexible access to the online training. And clients really have told us the results are phenomenal, but we really want you to be the judge. Yeah, Mustafa says it's about me from the writer. There are typos. That's correct.
I'll be the judge. Throw it out.
Yeah. So it sounds, so to me, I get a lot of these, and I've seen a lot of these because it's still, you're trying to, even as your salesperson, just look at the first paragraph here. We used to do this, right? We had a business client that we served who was in the space of coaching, and he would tell us, the sales leader would tell us, hey, always, if you're going to reach out to people, lead with good news. Lead with good news. So in his mind, something like this is not too bad because you're announcing something good. You're providing value. You're saying, hey, maybe this will help you, right? Maybe this will help you. Okay. What we would do as ultra high ticket closers looks more like inserting something in this. So you want to create some kind of bridge. Even though you said, hey, I hope you're doing well since the last time we talked, that is not a bridge. Okay. I hope you've been doing well since we talked, last Thursday. That is not a good bridge, or last Friday or last week or last month. It just doesn't connect. And you might as well label that if you're just doing that kind of opening. Remember, guys, if you're just doing that kind of opening, you might as well label that as a cold email. Okay. So if we were to, if I actually did connect with John before, how could I make the bridge between this good news, which is good, like good news is always, it's nice to know. Well, how would I be able to bridge that using a statement or something before that would be better than I hope you're well. Yeah, I like Chris's. Chris says, last time we spoke, you told me you had this goal and you're working on this problem. That's good. Yeah. We hear this a lot too. Aline, we hear that you mentioned you were looking to do this, or you mentioned that, this was on your bucket list of things to do. Yeah, these are all good. So in this case, if I had spoken to John before, I would do something very similar to what Chris is saying. Is like, hey, you know what? Last time we talked, like almost, for 20, 30 minutes on the fact that you wanted to explore this area, right? And I just noticed that we launched this program, so I just want to see maybe if this is something that fits to solve that problem that you have, right? The difference is you made the actual event, the connection, the topic, the pain, and you bring it back to light, because as soon as they see that, number one, I'm thinking as the recipient, hey, he remembers what we talked about. Number two, he remembers that I was trying to fix something, or there was something wrong I was trying to fix, but maybe we didn't get around to it. So, long story short, in your emails, this isn't about the subject line. We'll talk about that later. In your emails, the key thing is it's not a cold email. So you have to draw upon previous data. Now, what happens if you don't have previous data? Does it turn cold? William says research. Yes, yes, yes. Now, I see this a lot in press releases. If you guys have done company research, press releases are usually announcing good news or bad news for companies. Good news, right? If you see good news for a company that just came out, hey, we just went public, or we just released a new drug, what's a good way to open here if I were to leverage the press release route? Because I didn't get to meet John personally, but he was in my list. Yeah. Aiden says congratulating them. Yeah. That's really good. I mean, that's one of the ways. That's one of the ways, right? If you see something that has changed about their business, there's a new product, there's a launch or something, I just wanted to personally congratulate you, because I know how hard the company's been working on that product. All right, that's a great opener. The second piece of information, I'm not listing on this slide, but I will tell you that you got to have obviously you want to have a call to action, but remember, you don't always have to pitch a specific thing in there. In this case, it's pretty bad, because not only am I pitching, and pitching meaning I've listed the product, I've created like the features and benefits description, right? And I'm kind of lining it up for him to to say yes to something, right? So there's a lot of pitching there. Instead of having that, you could keep the email super short, right? And think of a way where, I don't have an example here, but in principle, what you would do is you would mention in passing, again, something, maybe if you didn't have a connection to that person, just mention in passing, maybe there's something related to that product announcement on your side in the company, right? And you could bridge that gap there. Every single sentence should be bridging a gap. If you keep it short enough, you might even be able to convince them to respond to the email, which sometimes that's the only call to action, is you ask them a question at the end to get them to respond. Start the dialogue. If you pitch fest, if you have like 2 paragraphs of features and benefits, in my experience, and Sean, maybe you can confirm this, is the more details you have there, it's kind of like closing, the less chance of them actually responding.
Especially if you're dealing with somebody that's pretty, and I am that high Ruby.
Yeah. Get to the point.
Yeah. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what I need to know.
Yeah. That's it. So let's move on to.
So are we ready for an example?
Yeah. Are you guys ready?
Who wants to see an example from the HIC student I was talking about earlier? All right. Is Benjamin Swee in the house? I hope so.
There he is.
So Ben has been working really hard in the last week on crafting emails for the people he's talking to about Dragon 100. And Dana, do you want to read the email there at the bottom?
At the bottom? Yes.
Yeah.
Hey Dominic, I reached out to you a while about Dragon 100. The reason was based on your cybersecurity leadership skills. The importance of that word is scratched out, right?
Yeah, with just the website scratched out here.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. The importance of cybersecurity is rising, especially as the world seems to be moving more online. I want to bring up Dragon 100 again. Dragon 100 is an advisory board. It is a new initiative put together with the goal of creating generational wealth in disruptive times. This is a closed group for elite level business owners. Because I personally have a tech background, I am specifically seeking out elite tech business owners, especially to those that seem to have the potential to massively grow. If you feel that is you, send me an email back and we can discuss more.
And look at the reply he got at the top. Hi, Benjamin. Very humbled and appreciative of you reaching out. Happy to set up a time this week to chat further. I'm fairly flexible on Thursday and Friday. Be well and very much look forward to an epic convo. Dominic. Do you guys see the connection there? Do you see how having that relation, having that understanding that shows you just didn't read the front page of their website? That's what got this response.
Can I ask you a question about that though, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
If we were, as we're trying to be high output, right? Balancing customization with being a high output, high performance outreach person. What does that mean about if this was an actual template? Does that mean like I'm filling out multiple pieces of each paragraph, or like how does that work logistically? It's just so that everybody here knows like how to use this.
So yeah, that's, and that's kind of the double-edged sword about having a more highly personalized email is templating it and duplicating and scaling it. It makes it a little more difficult. So you'd see some of the middle part there, like I want to bring up Dragon 100 again. It's an advisory board. It's that, that middle paragraph is something I might have in a template. But there's parts in each of the first and the third paragraph there that you have to be sure that you changed. So, while this was great and it got a great response, sometimes when you're trying to scale, having this highly personalized email can be a little bit more difficult. So that's where maybe some of the shorter emails and that Rich has been talking about are a little bit easier to template scale. So if you are going to use an email like this, you do need to make sure you mark the key areas. In HubSpot, we have a placeholder we can put in certain places, where we put prospect's name, and it'll auto fill in some of those things. But you have to definitely put things in the email if you're templating them. Like this, like Rich did. Rich did in this email right here. He put stuff in square brackets that you need to fill in. So that's something we would do in a template. We'd actually put in a placeholder in place of, say, this paragraph that says opening sentence or two here.
Yeah, and just because, let's say you send something similar out, which is customized in the first paragraph and a little bit on the third paragraph, just because the business owner doesn't respond, does that mean your email is a bad email?
And the other part is if the business owner replies, no, is that a bad email? No, it's not, because first of all, you got a response if you got no, but second of all, if they don't respond, it could be, it could be something as simple as it got caught in their junk folder and they didn't see it.
Or you're sending it right at the edge where their time, their golden hour has passed, right?
Could be a number of things.
Yeah.
But it's also that's something that when you're reviewing your emails, you got to kind of reflect on a bit and go, why might the reason be that I didn't get a response? That's where
yeah, go ahead.
That's where some of the extra tools that we had and we talked about earlier, and knowing when emails are opened and that kind of stuff, that gives you that extra edge on some of those things. But sometimes you don't know that information.
Yep. I was just going to say the same thing. There are some, just like you guys have heard of ClickFunnels being a platform to be able to test different versions of websites. There are platforms that allow you to test different versions of email campaigns to let you know, if you just change a couple words here, you might have, if you're mass mailing, let's say 100 leads, and you do it between two slightly different emails, you might be able to figure out which one's better. Right?
Definitely A/B testing. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Next one.
Yeah. So somebody had done a quick search I saw earlier on to let us know that the patterns we're seeing in email opens. Now, we're in a different phase, like the macroeconomic environment obviously is slightly different now, but for the most part, we're seeing that, even before the coronavirus hit, like most of the emails are still being opened, not on Mondays, not so much on Fridays and weekends. It's still Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay. And then there's a couple of time slots. If you go to coschedule.blog, this is where we just kind of pulled it off, but it makes a lot of sense if you think about it in that person's time zone. Why is Monday a difficult day to send an email? Busy. Bad mood. Who's got bad moods on Mondays? Delia's got bad moods on Mondays.
I always said Mondays were the day the shit hits the fan.
Yeah. Yeah. Start of the week. Catch up. Is it data from HubSpot? There are a couple studies in there. I think HubSpot might be one of them. Might be like outreach.io might be another one. 14 different studies pretty much saying the same thing. Monday for a lot of companies, tends to be a high meeting day, right? If you're trying to reach somebody who works for a larger company, sometimes they're trying to set the pace of the week, and then they're doing all their Monday meetings. So the chances of them actually noticing your freshly sent email in the inbox is kind of low, right? So target, if you're going to take this strategy into action, like think about Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays being better days. Of course, you can always A/B test that too as well. This was just put in there kind of just to show you that this was done starting Tuesday. And that timing does matter. So we can actually move on to the next one. The fourth edge really is, just the emails are just not really informational. I don't know if any of you got to the point where this is kind of what I used to do. Is I used to think, hey, I want to connect with them on a much more personal level, right? I want to send them an article that I saw that might be related to something that they like, a hobby, right? Maybe it's a sport or something. Oh, I noticed that you're a Chicago Bulls fan. I noticed that they lost the other day, but this was your favorite player and he scored all-time high or something like that. Is what I used to think, and there was never a call to action out of that. I was just purely out of maybe some rapport building. But I think there is a limit to where you can get value out of that because people are, again, when we're talking about businesses, right? People are trying to figure out, what it is we're trying to get to. What's the outcome of our conversation, right? Sometimes if you do something like that, they just don't have time to even, they'll start putting you into the friend zone. You want to get stuck in the friend zone, do you? So call to action and also timeline. Like, just make it short and sweet. I'm delivering value to you. Here's when we can get this done for you by. Right, here's an example. Maybe you say, hey, until this Friday, we just opened this up for you. It sounds kind of salesy, but again, what is the value I'm getting? How long am I getting it for? And what's the call to action? Right? We do these in sales letters. We do these in emails. Benjamin has done this, on his projects with us here on at the Business Services. Like, there's got to be some kind of a call to action, right? This might sound a little bit more salesy, but if you get a copywriter like Benjamin to do it for you, it'll turn out a lot better based off of what we know about the prospect.
So, for example, here's an email that I sent to someone that had put in a inquiry on the Danlock Venture site. So, Dana, you want to read this one?
Moses, I am one of Danlock's senior advisors responsible for handling requests sent to Danlock Ventures. I was forwarded your request looking for assistance to get your business idea off the ground. We do have something that would potentially be beneficial to help you get started. I'd like to discuss the details with you at your earliest convenience. Moses, please use the following booking link to schedule a call, or reply by email with the best date and time to contact you. Please also confirm that is the best number to contact you at. Look forward to hearing from you.
So I sent this email out and I had a response within an hour. That person clicked on that booking link. And notice though I said, or reply by email with the best date and time to contact you. What if that booking link doesn't work? And I've had this happen in the past where they clicked on the booking link and my calendar on the day they were available didn't have the availability in it. That way they can still reach out to me by email and say, hey, you know what, I don't see an availability in your calendar, but I'm free this time and this time.
So it's good to have that option there for them.
And I've also asked them, because I was provided their number, I asked them, is that the best number to get a hold of them at? Both places, I'm looking for a response.
Short and sweet. There's another thing we tend to do, and this goes back to our conversation around the press releases, around gathering information, and then even the terminology we use is like a hook. What's the hook in all of this, right? So the next edge that ultra high ticket prospectors absolutely need to think about is every email in one form or fashion. If you're going to get high open rates and high kind of read through rates is you got to hook with some level of interest. If it's not the referral piece, okay, is it an event for the industry? Is it a report on acquisition? Maybe they merged companies recently. Is it a competitor? Like who's doing what out there besides them? Maybe you can report back to them. Is it an award, a promotion the person had you saw on LinkedIn, that kind of thing? These are all kinds of things that are happening around your prospect that causes them to suddenly, perk up, right? These do not sound like the typical pitches. So these are always good. If you don't have any other kind of referral, personal connection, and you don't have any kind of other way, this would be a good way to establish that connection, that bridge.
So to give you an example of that, I had a long time when we were first starting to work on Dragon 100, before Dragon 100 was even released to the public. I had a friend of mine that I'd found on LinkedIn. I went to school with this lady. I had no information on how to get a hold of her other than she was a connection of mine on LinkedIn. And she posted about how she had just reached a milestone of success in her business that she built and was thanking everyone that helped her get to that point. So I sent her this message on LinkedIn. I didn't have her email address, so I sent the email on as a LinkedIn message, and I said, "Hey Roberta, Happy New Year. Long time no speak. I wanted to congratulate you on the successes you've had with your business. Looks like you've worked hard to get things off the ground, and it has definitely paid off. I'm reaching out because I need a favor. I'm working with a group in Vancouver to help launch a new initiative to help businesses scale in the face of disruption. I've been tasked with speaking to entrepreneurs to find out if anyone they know would be a benefit from a program like this and what they would need to see in order to find value in the program. As you've had some recent successes in the oil and gas sector, I wanted to get your input as I think it's a unique perspective our product team should know more about."
Beautiful.
I mean, yeah, I did have a previous knowledge of this person, but I actually played to something that she posted on LinkedIn. And also made her feel even more successful because I was reaching out to her as an expert, someone who could provide the information that I was looking for.
This is very powerful. He's combining, as you guys can see here, like there's a couple of layers, right? I think Sean, you're understating a lot of this stuff, which is kind of it's second nature for you and very natural. But here, if you just look at the first paragraph, like I would have thought that Roberta was like Sean's long lost friend or something, right? And you know that he's connected with a piece of news because he says, it looks like you've worked hard. He's responding to that news. And then he's very humble and vulnerable. You see the vulnerability aspect in his second paragraph? He's open to say something like that. He's not saying here, trying to pitch his program or anything like that. He's just saying, I need a favor. I'm working with these people, trying to do something. I was just trying to find out if anybody would benefit from this thing that I'm trying to do, right? And I would love to hear your input. So it puts her kind of on a pedestal, and you're being vulnerable, and then you're asking for help and input. That's what I'm reading, Sean.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too is that people hate to be pitched. People hate to be sold, but people love to give their opinion. I'm asking her for her opinion. I'm not selling her anything. I'm asking her for her opinion.
So think about hook. Does he have multiple hooks in this? This is a great example. All right. These are all activities where you're building your lists, right? You're going to have to sort through a lot of these people, the people you're reaching out to. You're going to reach out to them 10 times, 20 times. Part 2 of what we're talking about in terms of tactics and strategy is going to happen on May 12th. So module 2, part 2, don't miss it. We're going to talk about, as a strategy, how to prospect and really build that Dream 100 list that you guys, many of you are still working on. But how do you eliminate duds along the way, right? Before you even waste your time doing all that outreach. Okay, so this is just a plug for the next session, and that's part 2. Moving on to messaging. You guys okay for a couple more slides of messaging before we do assignments? Somebody wants part 2 now. Yeah. We want part of it is we spread these out, and granted we're supposed to have these shorter and tighter, but we thought that maybe some of this content would be for you guys, at least we're hopeful you can actually use this right away, right? So you have some time to implement before we actually roll out the next piece, which I'll tell you about in a couple of slides. Did you know, actually, from a text messaging perspective, some of these stats here are pretty interesting, right? Despite kind of the low adoption rates, I'll tell you, like, these are stats that reveal that messaging for B2B is a trend that we have to pay attention to. Okay. B2B normally, if you think about like text messaging or just messaging in general, was always kind of low for adoption. Okay. But here, some of these stats are telling us, hey, it's actually increased by 60% in some cases, right? 60% of people recommend contacting them by text message at work, which is kind of unheard of if you thought about this like many, many years ago. Texts from businesses are read within, 95% of texts from businesses are read within 3 minutes of being sent. That is why when you get onto a sales team, if you're already on a sales team, text messaging typically is a adjunct or a featured outreach activity as well. Right. We'll kind of lump messaging into it too, like LinkedIn messaging or Facebook messaging as well. But the average response time for text is quick, 90 seconds. Now, did they lump some consumers into this data? Yes. So we're talking about B2B. It's probably not 90 seconds, but you get the idea, right? People are using phones more. They're looking for that mobile communication. They're looking at their phones a little bit more. Make sense? All right. So the first tip here is I'm going to assume that you guys are familiar with inbound sales. And the first tip that ultra high ticket prospectors will use is they're going to leverage that calendar invitation if they booked a call to confirm it using a messaging service like either SMS or like even LinkedIn messaging. We've seen some people do that before, just to confirm and then create the beginnings of a dialogue. And the second edge, before we go to the examples, is this is a perfect opportunity for you to pave the road to having free and fast communication using this channel, but you got to ask for permission first. Okay, don't assume that just because you have somebody's number that text exchange can happen rapidly and without permission. Okay, so you got to be a little bit careful about that. We see that a lot of times, even when we used to do a lot of the deal closing using Telegram. Many of you are familiar with the Telegram app. That a lot of that text messaging and actually, if Desmond is here, he'll chime in too. Is like that creates a bond right away. It's like the client has access to you and you have access to the client. It's like a private channel, right? So you can have that. You can access that. It's a great way to do this as a prospector to move on to that channel of communication. But you got to have the permission first, and you got to do that tactfully. If you're not doing that on the phone, you still have to do that tactfully via the messaging process. So let me show you what that looks like a little bit. Okay, so these are typical ways that actually Aaron and maybe a couple of you may recognize this that have worked with me before. Very, very quickly, this reflects the first bubble up there on the top left reflects something I said earlier. So let me read it real quick. Hey, John, I just got the confirmation for our meeting for next Tuesday to talk about how companies like yours are working with us to double, the quality of leads in half the time. Okay. So I put the value proposition there in addition to the confirmation, because I'm going to say it over and over again. It's going to resonate. It's not just something that they booked, right? So this is one strategy for the messaging. So John would reply, this happens a lot. Yeah, I just booked with you. Looking forward to it. Just short. Now, if I wanted to push more material, depending on how warm the lead is or cold the lead is, I may even confirm with them. I'm asking permission now. I may confirm. I say, hey, John, also, is this a good number to text you at? I just wanted to send you some mobile-friendly material to jumpstart the conversation for Tuesday. Right, and then I would send him something by text. This works especially well if you're getting permission and the person looks like they're responding fast to you on text. Now, clearly, if you got to let them opt in too. That's the idea. Especially if you send them that first text message and that you get a quick response, it's good to go ahead and just kind of open the door a little bit wider. If you imagine it's kind of a door to communication, opening up a little bit wider, and then give them something of value to increase, content consumption. Right? That's all I've done here. I've confirmed, I've opened up dialogue, I've asked for permission. Does that make sense, guys?
So here's a real life example. This is actually one I did on WhatsApp. And this was back from my B2C days, but it actually is applicable even in B2B. Sometimes you have trouble getting a hold of a person at their phone number, or the number somebody put down a message on a piece of paper and they didn't transcribe the message down properly. So I said, hello, it's Sean Lawrence from Danlock Education. I thought I'd try you on WhatsApp to see if this is a better way to get in touch with you. When do you have time for a 10 to 15 minute call to discuss your interest in HTC and HIC? He's like, oh my God, I'm really sorry. I received your phone call, but at the time I was working and I left my phone in the cabinet. May I schedule a call on Saturday? I'm free that time. If that's the earliest opportunity you have, then I can see what I can do. Earlier in the week would be better. What time on Saturday? Around 2 p.m. you could call me on that time. Okay, I've put that in my schedule. If an early opportunity comes up, just let me know. Like Aaron says, bam. I couldn't for the life of me get a hold of this person by phone. I sent him this message and look at how quick I had a response.
And it goes back to, right, Sean, this is kind of reflective of what we talked about at the beginning of the session here, which is, are you waiting around or giving up on this lead? No. He immediately opened up a second channel. What if, I'm curious, what if I tried this other channel? Maybe I could get to him. Right? So you can't just wait around and say people are just not responding. As an ultra high ticket prospector, your job is to get out there, figure it out.
Actually, Rich, there was a question from Adam. Why are you signing each message? Is that necessary in case they didn't save your number?
That's a good point. So for the purposes of the previous slide, I was just I didn't have a way to label So it's just showing you that it was me. If you kickstart a conversation, of course, at the beginning of the conversation, you want to let them know who you are, but you don't have to do it at for every message.
I do know of a local home inspector here in this area. Whenever I text her, though, she does put them on the end, because, and a part of it is just because when you first text someone, they don't always know who you are, or they don't have your contact information handy, and so she just put in her text message, her name, and then also just I think it was a link to her the booking or something like that, just some kind of context to give to people. So I don't, as a habit, put my signature at the end of a text. I normally always do like I did in this example here, where I introduce myself if they don't know who it is. But I've seen it done both ways.
Yeah, that's really good. It's like a signature, right?
Yeah, like Aaron says his realtor does. Yeah.
Also, Mohammed asks, were you not a bit pushy when asked for a earlier meeting time?
Yeah, I was a little bit, maybe in this case. I'd part of it was trying to get him in. So the reasoning behind this was he'd applied for something that I believe at that time we had a deadline. I think we had at that time we had a special on for HTC for the end of the month or something like that. So part of it was I needed to get a response from him in a certain time frame. So that was the context behind it.
There is a bit of positioning too, right, Shad? Like depending on whether or not they came in as a warm lead through an inbound type of funnel. They might be warmer. They can respond to a request like that very easily.
Yeah,
because they need help, right? They're coming in. They're saying they need help.
Yeah, this was a hand raiser. This was someone who had put in an application for wanting to join either HTC or HIC. So I did have a little more leeway than I might have had with someone that wasn't in that context.
Awesome. So here's another one. This is based off of, let's suppose that you had a lead where they kind of dropped off. They're just not responding to emails, and you had their number, but you're pretty much on the edge. You send out email campaigns and they're not opting out, but they're just not responsive, right? And you just decided, hey, maybe I'll just reach out just to confirm if they even want to be on the list. So here's a format. This is an example of something I actually used for an account that Aaron and I actually were a part of. And Aaron might recognize something like this as part of even the FCC script that we used to use for this one. So this one says, hey, John, it's Rich at XYZ Company. Quick question here. We saw that you signed up for our interest list, whatever you want to call it, for our XYZ lead gen services just a few months ago. And we just launched a few completely revamped services. I'm not even sure if your company is still looking at a sales boost, but I thought I'd reach out. Are you still the right person to confirm this with? And then John might say something like, hey, yeah, send me some emails. I would love to know more, but I'm just busy this week. And then I just go ahead and confirm his email. So this is a unique approach. And again, for all these approaches, you have to test it and see if it works. But I'm using a couple of things in here. If you remember closing psychology, what do you notice here in the first couple sentences? Trigger event. Reverse psychology. Yeah. Checking. Curiosity, yes. Quick question. Act ignorant, yes, yes. Disconnected. I like that. Yeah, so the idea is, as Sifu says, you assume the worst on FCC. You assume the worst when you've got these leads that are just not responding or they're cold, which is, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that maybe they'll just say no, but I'm going to structure the message in a way where I have a way out, right? I basically say, hey, I'm not even sure if you're still the right person, or I'm not even sure if your company's still in this. So I'm going to ask a question at the end and see if I can trigger a response. In your opinion, is this a good way to start? You don't have to say yes. You can come up with a counter argument for using something like this, but is this something you would use for a cold lead person, a lead prospect who maybe has not responded in a while? So that's an example. The other thing is, I'm not asking, if you notice the question, I'll point this out. I didn't ask them, are you still interested? You know how many times have you heard of that? Are you still interested in this? Would you still be interested in this? Like how much does that make you cringe when you hear that? I try to avoid that. Like one of my golden rules for writing stuff is I try to avoid the word interest. 0 interest. Are you interested? No, right? Here's a LinkedIn example. Go ahead, Sean.
So this was actually one I got sent, and I turned it into a call where we could talk to each other and see if there was a mutual interest in helping each other out. So he said, sorry, we haven't got a chance to connect yet. I'd love to chat with you about Sky Corporation and how myself and my company, XYZ company, can help get your website to the front page of Google so your ideal clients can find out when they need to. Open for a 20-minute call to talk about it? I said, sure, we can have a call and chat. I actually would like to get your input on a new project I'm working on as well. When would be a good time to catch up? And then we set an appointment. So I really liked actually the way this was one of the ones for me on LinkedIn that stood out to me, that I actually responded to this guy. And my subsequent message when I said I have one input on a new project that I was working on as well, which happened to be Dragon 100, I wanted his opinion. So just another example of how, and like we said, it's not just text messaging or WhatsApp. Here's a LinkedIn message example, could work on Facebook messaging.
Yeah. Reverse outreach. Yep. That's right. The reverse close. It's a great example. Here's another, I'm just going to go through the next two very quickly. It's easy to understand. So very, very easy to get on and get excited about going back and forth with a prospect, right? Finally, somebody responded. I'm just going to have a conversation like I'm a desperate, somebody who hasn't talked to anybody real for the last 2 weeks. What I want to emphasize here is, as an ultra high ticket prospector, you are still concerned about your overall throughput, which means we go back to the idea of calendar management and batching. Go back to your planned schedule for contact. Yes, it's okay to exchange very quickly, but don't be the one who is hanging off of every single word of the prospect, right? So here's an example. So if you've got places where you're going to text anyway, just wait, hold off. Somebody sent you, an hour ago, just like, well, wait until you get to the 9 o'clock window and then text them back. Like there's no reason why you have to absolutely, right, get back to them. So as long as you have those planted throughout the day, those are areas where it's safe to go back, batch your activities, and go message. And then next, the one thing I like to do, and this comes from back in the day when I worked for a company in Hong Kong where we were a trading company, we would fax orders to Germany. So we made, you guys know, like there's like plastic seaweed that goes in aquariums. So my family is actually one of the bigger manufacturers of of plastic seaweed that goes in aquariums. And one of our biggest customers was based out of Germany. So we would fax our orders over to Germany, and then a few hours later, we would also call to make sure they got the order, right? We would never fax them an order and just assume that they got it. So in this case, what a ultra high ticket prospector would do is, in farming, in sending value, sometimes using multiple channels, messaging is a great way to double check and make sure that the emails were received. However you do that. Right, here's just another example. Hey, I just sent you the quotation. If we were moving on to the quotation phase, right? Here's a couple of case studies as well. Would it be helpful if I reserve some time on the calendar to answer questions early next week? So again, I'm going for the next booking, right? And he says, gotcha. I'll have to take a look at it later. He's very busy. Do you have anything Tuesday morning, 10 to 12? Sure, we can focus on giving you a behind the curtains view on the software. How does blah, blah, blah sound? And this is just a normal conversation back and forth, right? But again, I'm starting off with confirmation of an event that happened using messaging. And that's what you'll need to do, because sometimes you just send it to email, it's lost, right? So you do email, confirm with the text, right? Or maybe it's text and then you confirm with the email. Make sense?
Actually, there was another question from Patrick. What are your thoughts on the voice message on LinkedIn and WhatsApp?
Good question.
So that one's kind of difficult. The problem with a voice message, and I've had some people send them to me directly on LinkedIn and stuff, is it has to have some context to go with it. If somebody just blindly sends me a voice message on LinkedIn with no context around it, unless I know who it is, I probably won't listen to it. Because I don't know what it is. Like, I could be telling me, asking me to come over for supper. You could be selling me the next best thing, telling me I won the lottery. I have no idea. But the problem is, a lot of busy people in a day, they don't have time to just randomly listen to a voice message. They want to know what it's about. So I kind of have a good and bad. I like if I get a voice message on LinkedIn, or I send a voice message to someone on LinkedIn, it's someone I normally already have at least some kind of a connection with, or I've put a short message with it to give the voice message some context.
Yeah, that's a key point. I think also, to add on to that, Sean, when you think about voice messages, like, people can look over a voice message because it's not scannable. A text message, if I want to know, I can scan through it in literally, microsecond or, milliseconds, right? So if I want to hook my prospect, is it easier to hook them via voicemail or voice message, or is it easier to hook them via an actual text message? It depends, right? You got to get them to click play first. That's the problem. You may want to look at even combining a short message with your voice message, right? To get them to actually click play. That might be a good way to use like a hybrid tag team. I used to do this on the Facebook group. Is like, I was very intentional about my posts in HTC and also HTCIC. You'll see if you go back and check my posts, anytime I had a video, my video was super short, right? My video was to actually get you to read the post. I always kept it super short because I knew you guys didn't want to sit through my stupid long video explaining what my tips are. You can read it much faster. So, and that was my intentional, but that's actually part of the way I was able to, I feel like in season 1, I was noticed as being a very, very strong contributor, because I would have a really nicely written set of tips for everybody in the community, but I almost never did like the video recording because I knew you guys would never read it or listen to it. Sorry. Right. Awesome. And does that make sense, guys? And the final tip, if we can't say it enough, is your messaging based off of human behavior and also business schedules usually follows the same principles for dates, for times as the email open rates, right?
And this is another one where you really have to pay attention to your time zone. Because again, remember, if you're sending it in the wrong time zone and you go text a business owner at 3 o'clock in the morning, you probably didn't make him very happy.
Yeah. And of course, there's software solutions to that, which we're not going to get into today. But if you have ways to delay your send, and you know the exact time zone when they're more likely to open, you can schedule that email. Probably not so much for the messaging, but definitely for emails. All right. Prospecting money tree. We got through a bunch of things on the tactical side, looked at a few emails, and also looked at some messaging. Okay. So are those examples helpful to you? A little bit? That's good. So back to what we talked about at the very onset of the session here. In this module, we were going to talk about 2 reasons. We hit those. We tapped into 2 mindset qualities. How many of you guys remember the mindsets? 2 of them?
You guys still awake?
Yeah, just nobody knows you nothing. And then what's the control the data? That's right.
Awesome.
And then what are some ways you can be intentional? Name 2. There's a test before you go to sleep. Intentional. Morning routine. Time blocking. Okay. And of course, the calendar. The tactical approaches, we covered email, which is really cool because you guys will be able to use that right away, right? Text messaging as well. For next week, let's see. Do we have that here? The next week's schedule?
I think it's the one after this. We got our words again here.
Oh yeah, let's do a quick. So how do you guys feel about those words? We talked about these word associations. Do you guys feel any different around sales prospecting, deal flow, contacting the list? Do you feel the same about the whole thing? It's just a process. Like, how do you guys feel? Got clarity. Same, but in order, says Shang. Better clarity. Okay. Bobby says clear roadmap. Carl's got some perspective changes. That's great. That's the idea. We're going to build on this in the next 2 weeks. So let's go ahead and take a look at the agenda real quick for the next 2 weeks so you guys can see. But before we get to that, well, we can do this too. So let's start from tactics. I think you guys will be excited about an activity that we do here on Team Dan Lok, which is video prospecting. Like, how do you actually use videos to get super high conversions? Multi-channel tactics, that's leveraging several different stakeholders to actually get your deal done. And of course, we're going to layer that on top of another set of motivators, mindset, and strategies. So I hope you guys are excited. You guys excited for that in 2 weeks, May 12th? All right. So this should be a good session. Here are some things. We got more assignments than you did from the intro class with Desmond, but we want you to take these seriously because they're an exercise. You can see in the design of the way we talked about things today, we want repetition, right? We want you to see this stuff over and over again, so it's kind of ingrained. So for an assignment perspective, we've got a few here. Number one, write down your personal list of whys. It can be separate from what we talked about here. Why do you think you want to grow a very strong and abundant money tree, right? Make sure these are in front of you. It's a good idea to post these things around you. Second is write down, whether or not, try to figure out whether or not your curiosity as a salesperson, and then whether you have, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, you could do it that way. Where are you on the systematic improvements? Where are you in terms of curiosity, right? Reflect on that. Are you truly a curious person? Are you truly in tune with how to improve continuously, right? What have you done to do that, and how could you improve on those things? Okay. Third assignment, post one screenshot showing your intention as an ultra high ticket prospector. Could be your calendar, could be your morning routine. Drago says, does assignment 2 have to be only on sales? No, it doesn't have to be only on sales. It can be on anything. Okay. Your prioritization for assignment number 3 is really just to share with the community, what have you done to look at prioritization as a key thing to do. Number 4, create a list of companies. Some of you have started on this, some of you have not. You got to go through the exercise because it's a great way to start prioritizing, right? So describe why have they made it to your list, and this will be for yourself. And then for 5 and 6, these are about exercising your email writing skills and also your messaging skills. So create 5 emails and 5 messages. Okay. If you want feedback on this, you can post it to the Facebook community, and we can actually give you some tips and feedback from everybody. Right. So this is where you get a little bit emerald about how you write. And by sharing with the community, you actually are helping other people learn at the same time. Sound good? This is a good exercise, right? I'm basically telling you guys to go to the gym, do your push-ups, do your sit-ups, do your pull-ups, do your burpees. I hate burpees.
I don't think many people do like burpees.
I bet Desmond likes burpees.
Yeah, maybe. He likes push-ups. I know he likes push-ups.
Yeah. And so with that, this is a start. This is part 1 of the foolproof way to a packed pipeline in just 60 days. This is module 2, part 1. So we'll cover part 2 in 2 weeks. You are closer than you guys think. Talk to you guys soon, guys. Have a good night.